Thank you, Chairman Gray and members of the committee for hearing my testimony. For the record, my name is Lynn Stanley. I am a social worker and I am the executive director of the National Association of Social Workers New Hampshire chapter. We are very concerned about this bill and its implications for mental health practice, and we're asking you to vote no on House Bill 1345. The New Hampshire Supreme Court in Berg v. Berg established that even minors should be considered clients of mental health providers and have a limited right to privacy, including their records. It appears this bill is intended to undermine this 13-year-old precedent. Mental health professionals still have an obligation to break confidentiality when there's a duty to warn or when they suspect abuse or neglect. However, the therapeutic relationship between a clinician and their client is developed over time and with trust. While many youth enjoy healthy relationships with their parents, there are some things we would all like to remain private. For the youth who has a challenging family situation, the privacy and confidentiality within this therapeutic setting may be paramount to any growth or alleviation of mental health issues. The ability to keep confidentiality and not have the youth's medical record shared is not to put a barrier between parents and their children. It is to protect the teenagers who are in these challenging family situations and help them become healthy, functioning adults. While we can appreciate the thinking behind the amendment, it is confusing and poses another layer of decision-making for the clinician. There's already a myriad of legal and ethical hurdles for clinicians working with minor clients living in contentious family situations. Again, we ask the committee to vote no on this bill, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr.
Senator.
Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I just wanted to make sure you saw this amendment. Do you think?
I did.
Okay.
I did. And of course, we want to make sure that children, teenagers who are in potentially dangerous situations are protected. However, there's more that goes on in a counseling session, in a therapeutic session. Things that, even though it might not prove dangerous, just aren't things that you want shared, even with their parents, even in a healthy family situation. And we think that teenagers should have that right to privacy.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
New Futures, Emma.
Thank you, Senators, for hearing me today. My name is Emma Savini. I am the Children's Behavioral Health Policy Coordinator for New Futures, which is a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization that advocates, educates, and collaborates to improve the health and wellness of all Granite Staters. Can you not hear me? Yeah. Sorry, I have a very quiet voice. We are here in opposition to this bill. I will be brief because Ms. Stanley just covered a lot of my topics and covered a lot of our concerns as well. We feel that Berg v. Berg, which establishes the current precedent for how records and privilege is determined, is sufficient and the proper way of determining privilege for minors. It establishes a mature minor test with multiple questions to evaluate whether a minor is, in fact, mature enough to assert privilege on their own behalf. Confidentiality is a cornerstone to an effective provider-client relationship, and when children are not afforded that right to privacy, or teenagers in this instance are not afforded that right to privacy, they may not have an effective provider-client relationship. Furthermore, when parents are given access to these records, children will not be as honest in therapy or whatever type of mental health counseling they're receiving, and so they will not have as great a benefit from it. When privilege is asserted over mental health records by a teenager in this instance, parents can still access the records if they're able to show that their child is not mature enough to assert that privilege. So there is a balance already within the test. I feel that this law, even with the changes, ideally would not pass. But if this committee finds that it is in the best interest to pass some type of law such as this, we would ask that the amendment language be incorporated so that there is that broader discretion for providers to withhold records if privilege is asserted.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted you to say again, I didn't catch the last sentence about the language that you would think would be appropriate to include.
So ideally, there would be an expedient to legislate vote on this, but in the event that there is an amendment proposed, I think that changing the language from and to or does give kind of broader discretion to providers as proposed in the most recent amendment that just came out.
Thank you very much. Senator Avard's going to take over because I have a prime bill.
Any questions from the committee? Any further questions? Seeing none. All right. Holly Stevens? Welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Chairman Avard, member of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this morning. My name is Holly Stevens. I am the Director of Public Policy at NAMI, New Hampshire. I'm here today to testify in opposition to House Bill 1345. NAMI, New Hampshire strongly believes in the system of care that's been set up in our state to address the mental health needs of children. And we recognize the importance of the role of family within that system. However, when you look at the adverse childhood experiences and the statistics of those in our state, it's evident that there are many cases where children, adolescents in this case, could greatly benefit from a private therapeutic relationship with a therapist. Those vulnerable children could be made even more vulnerable if this law passes. As you heard others speak, it would chill a minor's even desire to go to therapy. You know, if they walk into that first session and they say, "Can mom and dad get my records?" and the therapist says, "Yeah, I'm sorry. The legislature passed a law last year and that's going to happen." They might say, "I'm not going to therapy then." Or they might not talk about the things that they need to talk about. You know, in NAMI, New Hampshire's experience, counselors and therapists that are proficient at their craft will work with the family and they will work with the adolescent to try to bridge that gap if it makes sense, and to bring the family into that therapeutic relationship if and when it makes sense. I have a lot of faith in the providers that we have in this state to make sure that the parents are involved. This law is not, the law as it exists today is not meant to keep parents out of those relationships. It's meant to protect children. And they are brought in when it's safe to do so and it makes sense. Since we know that many of the adverse childhood experiences that our children have experienced are at the hands of their parents, it's critically important that these adolescents have a safe place to be able to go and either discuss that or other things that they have on their mind that might actually keep them alive, so that they can live into adulthood. So with that, I will just wrap it up saying that we are opposed to House Bill 1345 as it came over to the Senate. I am aware of the amendment. The amendment makes it better. It doesn't make it great. So, you know, we would ask that, again, as Emma had stated, We are asking inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1345. However, if this committee feels that some law needs to be passed in this space, that the amendment seriously be considered, because that would at least add a little bit more protection to those instances when it's not abuse or neglect or domestic violence, but other reasons that would endanger that child that aren't encompassed or laid out in that law. So thank you. With that, I'll take any questions.
Questions? I have one question. So you used the word faith in the providers. What happens if a child gets paired up with a provider that is unethical? What protections then do the parents have in this and the child in this particular situation? I mean, unless they are perfect, which I don't think you're here to testify on. But what happens if that child gets locked up into somebody that is unethical? And where's the recourse? Where's the how do we deal with that?
Well, I think that actually could happen on either side. You could pass this law and they could end up with a therapist who is unethical, who, divulges things that will end up endangering the child rather than going to the state. I mean, you can't legislate for every single unethical person. They have a license. There's a reason they have a license. They have to stay, abreast of current laws and trends in their field, and that's their responsibility. And I agree, yes, there are unethical therapists in this state. There are also parents who are doing a lot of harm to kids. And we do have to reach that balance. But I think that the parents also do have some due diligence. You know, when you're searching for a doctor for your child, you talk to people, you ask them, did your kid like this doctor? What was your experience with it? And I think that's the safeguard. Parents can do a lot of due diligence on the front end of this. Right now, minors cannot consent. There was a law that, a bill on the other side that I believe did not make it over that would have reduced the age that a minor could consent to mental health treatment without their parents knowing about it. So, these are providers that the parents know about. And I think that it's on the parents to do a lot of due diligence up front. And I do understand your concerns. I'm not sure that delving into the medical records would uncover that unethical behavior. Because if they're unethical in their behavior, they're going to be unethical in their record keeping as well.
Right, and not trying to paint the medical society with a broad brush, as well as the parents with a broad brush. And I can see where some would seem to be perceiving that this is an undermining of the parents' rights, of good parents, of healthy families. And I'm just listening to some of the concerns of other people, and so I'm just taking all that into consideration. But that was one of the aspects was, what happens if you have an unethical, and that could go on for years with multiple individuals, and then of course something comes out and you realize these children were damaged.
And can I respond
Sure.
to that as well? I mean, if a parent goes to a therapist and says, I'd like to know what you're talking about with my kid, and the therapist starts stonewalling and says, no, that parent has a right to terminate that relationship and find another therapist for their child. It's not a one and done. Unfortunately, the therapist can't find other parents for the kid.
Right.
So
I appreciate your testimony. Any further discussion? Thank you very much for your testimony.
thank you.
Paula Minahan?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, Paula Minahan, Senior Vice President, State Government Relations for the New Hampshire Hospital Association, representing all our hospitals. We do have concerns with House Bill 1345 relative to teenagers' medical records being released to a parent or guardian. We, again, as has been stated, and we do want to thank Senator Whitley for introducing the amendment. We are supportive of that amendment because we are concerned about the continued issue with confidential communication, which is really what the amendment she has proposed it does. And just to be clear, that is not stated, and it needs to be more explicit for the reasons that have been stated, because state law is not clear. It's just case law at this point. So confidential communication means that there is an agreement between the provider, the patient, and the personal representative, either a parent or a guardian, that the conversation between the provider and the patient will remain confidential between the two of them, which the provider documents in the chart, and then it is noted in the patient's electronic medical record that it cannot be shared. So that is very explicit and very important. And on the back of my testimony, I provide the FAQs from the the U.S. Department of HHS regarding HIPAA and how they manage access to minors' medical records. This is how all healthcare providers in New Hampshire currently manage these situations in support of the minor, the parent, and the guardians, and the healthcare provider. For these reasons, we, if you do choose to move forward with this bill, we do ask that you include Senator Whitley's amendment that does two things, changes the and to an or, and then adds a Roman 3. And as articulated by Senator Whitley, it would be the parent or legal guardian agrees to a confidential communication between the minor and a healthcare provider as described by HIPAA. And then the citation is 45 CFR 164.502G3. And thank you. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Anybody in the committee want to talk? Senator Whitley? All set. Thank you, Paula.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Is the prime sponsor still here? Do you have, I like to once in a while give a follow-up. Do you want to have any final statements?
Thank you, but first I would like you to hear my star witness who came in and did not realize we had to sign.
Oh, okay. And you know what? I just realized I have Courtney Tanner from DHS, and I'll let you up last. Sorry, Courtney. I just got this.
That's okay. Good morning, Senator. From Dartmouth Hitchcock Health, not DHHS, just a clarification. Courtney Tanner, Director of Government Relations from Dartmouth Hitchcock Health.
Dartmouth.
I will
Dartmouth, Hitchcock, DHH. Okay,
yeah,
whatever.
we're too close. We
I
have to
can
work
do
on
talk.
that.
All right. You have the floor.
So I will be very brief. A lot of the testimony that I have to say has already been said. We don't see the need for this bill. However, we do support Senator Whitley's amendment as drafted. We believe that helps us to continue to engage in the current practices that our health information management directors have instituted. And I also want to just note that we have submitted written testimony from Dr. Keith Ladd, who's our physician-in-chief of CHAD, the Children's Hospital at Dartmouth Hitchcock, the only children's hospital in New Hampshire. I'm sorry I got in the fight with my printer this morning, so I don't have testimony in hand, but that is in your inbox.
Well, we're going to strike your printer's comments.
Thank you. So that is in your inbox, and he noted that he is comfortable with Senator Whitley's amendment. While we don't see the need for this bill, if it does pass, we do urge you to take up Senator Whitley's amendment.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Any further questions? Seeing none. Thank you. And Star Witness, would you mind showing up?
Good morning, Chairman Avard. Good morning, committee members. Thank
And your
you
name
for
is?
Kate Shea from Goffstown. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear, yes.
Excellent. Well, thank you for hearing me this morning. I don't know how much of a star I will be. I'm a bit of a tired mom, but I'm here to represent families across our state, parents of children with all kinds of behavioral, medical, complex needs of all sorts and shapes and sizes. I'm a mom that I always start out when I begin testimony by saying, God's blessed me with 4 children and is here to help me speak today because a lot of what I have to share is brought with a lot of trauma along the way. And that's why I do come and speak out for the families that can't be here today, that have to be working jobs and different things. but I represent families in the state of children with autism and different neuroimmune illnesses. And we have an epidemic. If we think we had a pandemic going on the last 2 years, there's an epidemic with children in our country that a lot of people are not aware about. And a lot of people assume that it's mental health issues. They're children as young as 8 that I hear from parents overnight saying, someone's told me to take him to the emergency room. He's acting out. We have an issue here. I think it's mental health. In most cases, this is not mental illness of children that are under 10 years of age. In most cases, the science points to that it's underlying medical conditions. And in the case of my family, as I said, when I started out giving testimony, I say I was blessed with 4 children, but no one handed me a manual that day to say, guess what? You're going to have kids with autism. You're going to have a child that literally becomes bedridden to the point of like an Alzheimer's patient at age 11. Nobody tells you those things until you encounter it as a parent. And in our state, I have to say, as one that's thrown a lifeline to others because someone did that for me, we are woefully lacking in all of the resources along the lines of behavioral, mental. I mean, I agree with that point, the mental health area. But I have to say that most of these issues are driven from medical underlying conditions, which is even sadder in the case of these kids. You want to talk about an ACE, an adverse childhood experience. Well, how about the child that doesn't get something diagnosed and is struggling in school? So these are the families that I often talk to. I mean, I have thousands of them that, on a yearly basis are coming to me asking for help. So I'm hoping you can see that it's not just me sitting in this chair, but it's the weight of a lot of parents behind me that need help for their kids. And one of the things that we as parents, when we run into this, have to start to do is we take it on as a full-time job. So I'm a working parent. I'm actually a single parent because the strain became so much for our family, like many. We broke. We couldn't take it, and that's often a cause for that happening. But as I found through our journey, these were not the issues my kids were facing behaviorally, and they weren't necessarily acting out in school, but they were things where they needed supports, they needed some services, and the struggle to get those was so difficult. And you hear me often testify in education hearings about this, but it was the medical underlying causes. And a lot of these kids, including with autism, have things like gastrointestinal issues. One of mine went off the rails completely one year and had developed all kinds of GI issues due to lack of supports and services in school. He wasn't getting adequate eating time, bathroom time, you name it. So then we have to pursue, a whole GI track of, investigation. I have the same child that a year later developed this neuroimmune condition. So there's a plethora of related illnesses that go along with being a parent of even a child with just autism. So we accept that fact. We know there's relationships. They know scientifically there's relationships with all of this stuff. And they tie it back to the brain, either the gut or the brain. So why am I sharing this? Because I heard a lot about mental health being a reason for not letting a parent have access to these records and such. But I can tell you on a daily basis, what we as parents of complex kiddos have to do is we keep literally a notebook next to us by our bedside table. And every day we wake up and we say, okay, I moved the ball this much forward for my child. Now, what are my goals for the day? Who do I have to call? What are the 10 phone calls I have to make? And you hear about, they can pick another provider. Well, you can also get yourself in hot water if you decide to fire that provider because you think the therapist is unethical, and then you're going to have a report sent off on you. So it's very entrapping being in that kind of position where you're desperately trying to solve a problem that is generally medical in nature. I mean, until we're talking the upper teen years, it's generally driven by not just an adverse childhood experience, but there's a plethora of medical issues that go undiagnosed. And you can see the snowball effect of that over time, and then it will start to come out in behavior, right? They didn't get the supports, they didn't get the services, they end up depressed, and now you have mental health. But it's avoidable. But to constrain parents that have the ability to help their kids at the early age by handcuffing them and making it more difficult is, to me, not acceptable. We are genuinely trying to help our kids. We don't have the resources in this state. We have to go to Boston Children's, we go to Mass General. I could name 50 different doctors we've dealt with. Mm-hmm. And those are not the ones here saying we don't want this. The folks here aren't the ones that we can even deal with. We have to go beyond that. And we need those networks of doctors to be working together, which doesn't happen today. There's no portal that ties this together. There's no case manager that represents you. You have that notebook, you get up and you start the work of the day while you're also managing, feeding tubes, whatever else you have to do, and work and educate. So to make this more burdensome on parents, with children, like in my example, my child couldn't advocate for himself. He couldn't even speak. And that might be seen as a rare thing. It's really not a rare thing anymore. And we have kids that are selectively mute, that don't speak, and we need the ability to help them. That responsibility was what I was given the day they were born, and I accept it no matter what that means. But to paint a picture of the parents causing adverse effects and, causing mental health issues is a far cry from really where we are. We're talking about medical issues for the most part. And yes, there may be some cases where somebody needs a therapist, but we need to go deeper than that. And that's what this bill, I think, is really getting at, is trying to solve some of these complex problems and issues that are affecting our kids. And so with that, I thank you. Do you have any questions?
Thank you. Questions from the committee?
Just for the record, Mr. Chair,
Sure.
so you're in support of the bill?
I am in support of the bill, 100%.
Thank you.
All right. Seeing no questions?
Thank you.
We'll close the public hearing. And the next,
Do I get to do clean out?
I have 10 bills on my list today. And certainly you know my email address. I know that very well. And that if there's cleanup that needs to be done, you know how to do it. All right, thank you. Somehow I think I gave you the wrong sheet or something. Or no, that's probably this one. Okay. I guess we're all ready. The next bill on the list is House Bill 1139, and we'll open the public hearing asking the prime sponsor to come forward. Thank you, Dan.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the rest of the committee. For the record, my name is Dan Vayu. I'm a representative for Hillsborough 22, representing Amherst. I know you have a busy morning, a busy day today, so I'm going to talk briefly about the bill and then explain the two amendments I just passed out. And then I'll take any questions you may have. This bill, HB 1139, addresses an issue referring to what's called the pupillary distance, which is the measurement. It's three measurements. It's the measurement between the center line of your face and each pupil, and the distance between each pupil independently. The issue this kind of addresses always makes me think of the right to repair bill, where historically auto dealerships have tried to capture service business by requiring that you do your oil change in their facility, or you void your warranty, or they have proprietary tools or measuring equipment or code readers that you can't access otherwise. In the case of eyeglass dispensaries, 90% of optometrists own or profit directly from a dispensary that is within their facility. The problem that you see is that you go in, and my wife likes to refer to it as exiting through the gift shop. You go in, you have your eye exam, you go in one way and you come out the other way, and you meet the optician in the dispensary. And if you can't afford the glasses, or you don't find a style you like and you want to get your own and buy them online where they may be cheaper or have a greater variety, you don't have that option. And if you ask because you don't have the pupillary distance, which is required to order glasses online. If you ask the optician, can I just have you measure my pupillary distance so I can order them online? I'll pay you for it. They will often say, no, you have to buy the glasses from us, which really limits the options. It limits the market. It's protective of kind of a captive audience. What the primary protection that we're looking for in this is for people who, like, when I bought glasses for my daughter, she was 4 years old. The cheapest pair in the shop was $300. Kids break glasses, they play with them on the playground. So if I could go to Zenni Optical and buy a pair for $25, why wouldn't I do that? Well, when I went on the line for the first time to find out, to order them, I found out that I didn't have the pupillary distance. And if you're trying to measure the pupillary distance with a ruler on a kid, you know how hard that can be. And you can't risk them breaking their $300 glasses on the playground. And if you can't afford the $300 glasses to begin with, and you know that every year you're going to have to buy a new pair for a kid that's growing, that can be pretty problematic. And if you're on a fixed income as an elderly person, that can be an issue as well. In the past, the government has addressed this issue. In 1977, the FTC responded to complaints about optometrists who refused to provide patients with their lens prescriptions by implementing the spectacle prescription rule, which requires them to give their prescription whether they've asked for it or not. In the 1980s, reading glasses were deregulated under protest that measurements would be inaccurate and cause damage, and that was unfounded. The reading glasses has businesses almost $1 billion a year. So that's the basic issue that this bill is trying to address. The two amendments that I passed out, 0014 is simply a technical correction that puts a comma between cylinder and axis. They're two different things, so they should be separated. And the second one is a Germain amendment regarding contact lenses. There are only a few manufacturers of contact lenses, and they will work with an optometrist's office and put their brand on the. So if you go to an eye care center, National Eye Care, and they have their own brand of contact lenses made by Bausch and Lomb, they can put on the prescription that you can only use Natural Eye Care contacts.
Just a second, Representative.
Yes.
You mentioned 0014 as an amendment.
We had to make copies. We're handing them out right now.
Yeah, but 0014 certainly is before Amendment 0963, which was incorporated into the bill. So if you're telling us about amendments that were already incorporated by the House, you're just confusing us.
I apologize.
Would you clear that up in an email to us so
Yes.
that we can understand what's going on?
Yes.
I did get a copy of that 0014, but it was December the 20th, and certainly I'm not going to accept any amendments right now, at least on my part. You can talk to the other senators if they would want to introduce it.
Okay.
But that's not appropriate at this time.
I understand. I apologize.
And the second amendment I got just now is, again, one that was written in January. Again, too little, too late.
Okay.
Talk to one of the senators on the committee, you see if they can be sympathetic to your amendment.
Okay.
And have it rewritten.
I understand. Given that, I'll answer any questions you may have.
Okay, questions?
Thank you for bringing the bill forward and for taking my question. So I'm a gastroenterologist. I can't think of a good analogy, but I can think of one in another field, which is surgery. A colorectal surgeon or a general surgeon may leave an ostomy, which is an opening. So that opening has a certain diameter, and the surgeon, but the person who actually fits an ostomy bag onto that opening is an ostomy nurse specialist.
Right.
So you can order the bags online once you're fitted, but the surgeon will never tell you what size bag. They're just not qualified. So this bill, as I read it, compels eye doctors, whether they're ophthalmologists or optometrists, to do something that they don't currently do. And then, and to me, that puts the patient at risk because they are not the specialist in those measurements. And in many cases, they don't even have the equipment in their office. So it's even compelling them to buy the equipment, which is not something we normally do in the legislature. So I'm wondering how I would be loath to have the legislature tell me that I have to do something I was not trained or comfortable doing.
Right. This is in response to the fact that 90% of optometrists own their own dispensary. They employ an optician in the next room. This isn't saying that it's a service that has to be provided for free. If they want to send them out, if you go out to the optician and you sit down and try on some glasses and say, you know, I had my eye on this pair that I through Zenni Optical, and I would like to buy them. Could I just pay you to give me the pupillary distance? And they say no. That's something you can easily measure it yourself. I mean, it's not a measurement that has to be incredibly accurate. You know, you may get fitted by an optician, and then get home and realize that the glasses fit too tight on the bridge of your nose, or they're not comfortable at that height, so you may push them up higher, let them sink down lower. It's not going to affect the effectiveness of the glasses as much, but this is to protect people who don't understand what pupillary distance is, and that they're intimidated by trying to measure it themselves. They don't know, they don't understand it, but they can't afford glasses for their kids otherwise without going through a service like Zenni Optical or $25 glasses. So it's something that's used to try to capture the business of customers. It's not, the importance of it is kind of overstated. It's not like you're getting permanent damage if you make a mistake on your pupillary distance. It's one of those things where the profit margin is extremely high in an optician center because they're using almost exclusively brand name frames that may have a generic option that they don't carry. So, you know, my daughter doesn't need Ray-Bans or, you know, Estee Lauder or LeBron James sponsored glasses. We just need a cheap pair of good quality glasses, and that's not always an option. It's rarely an option in the shop. And without the pupillary distance, some people are intimidated and feel like they have to buy from that shop.
Oh, yes, sir.
So would you not agree that your bill is asking 10% of optometrists, since you used 90%, and many ophthalmologists to put their own professional liability at risk, because we have written testimony that there are actually potentially permanent impacts of inappropriate measurements, as well as asking them to obtain equipment and expertise that they may not currently have, so that we can lower the price of glasses over which they have no control, because those are controlled by opticians and not by ophthalmologists or necessarily by that 10% of optometrists. My concern is that we are asking people to do something that they have testified they are uncomfortable and perhaps not even trained to do, and then they're being held accountable for that measurement, even though they have no oversight of the actual dispensing of the prosthesis, which is glasses.
That's the same argument that was used to oppose the prescription release rule.
I'm sorry, the what?
The prescription release rule in 1977 that we can't allow you to have this prescription because we don't know where you're going to take it. You may go to a disreputable dispensary, you may get the wrong measurements, and we can't be responsible for that. I don't see in today's age where this is kind of a common thing where we purchase online, caveat emptor, we accept some of the liability to save some of the money. There's no reason that an optician can't you can't go to an optician and have an a la carte pricing system where you can pay them independent, right now it's a fixed price. You buy the glasses, it's $350. That includes the fitting, that includes the adjustments, that includes the measuring of the pupillary distance. And there's no reason that can't be an a la carte system where you can go in and say, hey, I want to buy glasses online. Can you help me fit them? Yeah, sure. That's a $50 fee. If you want a PD measure, that's $20, et cetera, et cetera. So
Coming.
So, all right, that's fine. I just wanted to know if he was,
Well, Senator Sherman and I are discussing, what I've informed him is he's got two doctors, and if the questions are better posed to the
no, it's
doctors,
just a willingness question.
then go ahead.
Would you be willing to entertain an amendment that would make this an option for people who have the capacity in their office rather than compelling them to do it?
absolutely. I think
Thank you.
we had an amendment that allowed, made it an option on the prescription, not a requirement. So it's by request. So I think that would follow along with that.
Thank you. Sorry.
Okay. Seeing no other questions, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have one other representative, Betty Gay. For all of you, we've got 10 bills on the agenda today. And the briefer you can be, the happier the rest of us will all be.
Thank you very much for taking my testimony. And if you want to time me for 3 minutes, then give me 30 seconds warning. I do appreciate brevity too. I've been having lots of bills too. This bill, I discussed this bill with my optometrist. He supports the bill. He said, I don't need to make money off selling glasses for people who can't afford it. It's Dr. Burns, Stephen Burns from Londonderry. Measuring pupillary distance is extremely quick and easy. If they sell glasses, they've got a machine. They don't even have to measure by hand. You just look in the machine, just like your cheapy providers who offer much cheaper glasses. But if they don't have it, they can still do it manually. They just have you look ahead. They hold it up. They're used to looking at eyes, their equipment. They're used to this. Most eye doctors, like I said, do have the equipment, or they have the manual dexterity to do a physical measurement, a pupillary measurement. Now, most of us, I'm going to presume that most of us prefer the full array of measurements to fit our glasses. I have lineless glasses. Where exactly they do the transition, I'm not changing my kind of glasses. This is my third frame, identical frame, because I'm so happy with the measurements. However, I can afford the $800 and $900 fee for these glasses. And if they break, tough luck, it's another $900. But like another woman who is on our Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs Committee, who of course approved this bill or it wouldn't be here, she told her story, which is her glasses are like mine. She was told that's $800. After she got off the floor, she looked it up. All she needed was the pupillary distance to order them. She got them for $400. Now, I realize, I like having a Cadillac. I like having exactly the glasses, but I can write that check, and not everybody can. And not everybody with kids knows they can go to Lions and tell them, I can't afford this. And the Lions will provide, but you do have to prove that you're in need, and that can be pretty embarrassing, especially if you can go down and buy those same glasses for $40 or $50 for your child. And the subject about liability, I do understand. Everybody's concerned about liability. We're the most suing nation in the world, I think. But you can also put that on the piece of paper that you're providing the person with the measurement. So, like one person just said, our presenter just said, the provider's liability is also addressed when the person takes a prescription and goes to another provider to create the glasses. So it's unavoidable to, unless the provider who writes a prescription, unless they provide the glasses, they're going to have some liability. So we want to make sure that we write them so that it protects people. But please do support this. Lots of people really can't afford paying twice as much for their glasses. So thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Questions?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just real quickly. So basically what we're saying here with this bill is that the optometrists have to provide a services that they're not going to get paid for.
After I've paid my doctor for doing the prescription, for which, is extensive effort, taking less than 60 seconds to provide me with pupillary distance is hardly him not being paid.
Tell that to a lawyer.
All right.
Don't ask a lawyer for your pupillary distance.
No other questions. Thank you, Representative Julie Smith.
Good morning, committee. Julie Smith from Nashua, licensed optician. I want to preemptively address the expected talking points of the opposition. A, online business cuts into the livelihood of eye doctors and business owners. B, it's not part of an eye exam, as Dr. Germain had touched upon, and I'll get into in a moment. C, do-it-yourself customers don't get the service after the sale, such as adjustments and the like. And D, consumers can't be trusted to get it right. My rebuttal is as follows. A, competition is good for the free market. It makes all players be their best and it benefits the consumer. B, a pupillometer is a one-time inexpensive purchase that most doctors already have them as business owners and partners. C, other industries offer a variety of goods and services combinations that the consumer can choose from. As the sponsor mentioned, oil changed. I did not talk to him before this hearing, but I had already wrote this up. For example, one might use Jiffy Lube, while another might buy a jug of oil and a filter at AutoZone and properly dispose of their used oil appropriately. The do-it-yourselfer is fully aware that Jiffy Lube won't fix the consequences of that person's mistakes, no matter how catastrophic. D, I've ordered from Zenny Optical using their nifty little ruler several times and had no issues, but there are some situations I will discuss in a moment. I worked as a master tech at LensCrafters while in college. When I told my dad, a cost accountant, that the employee discount was 50%, he was absolutely floored by the surmised profit margin that would allow for such a generous company policy. As a youngster that did not need glasses, I just shrugged it off, though I knew that would change as expected later in life. I later migrated into the retail and customer service part of the business and became licensed in Massachusetts and worked for independently owned private practices, one being owned by a very tight-fisted optometrist. Part of my office responsibilities was opening the mail and processing invoices and vendor returns. I saw what the business paid for its supplies while my boss complained about rent and other expenses every time there was a transaction that failed to make 3 times its expenses. My point is this: I don't want to overpay for something I know the wholesale value of, and neither do most people. Retail stores will still be competitive by offering good products, service selection, and things that will convince certain varieties of consumers that they have value, thus resulting in continued voluntary transactions. To those in the opposition that say that Zenny customers can just use the little ruler, I say this: for most people with a lower power single vision lens, there is a high tolerance, as noted in ANSI standards, 2mm variance. If you're Stephen King, not so much. A high-powered lens with bad measurements can cause aberration and unwanted prism, which can feel very unpleasant to the customer and even make them see double. Then there's the progressive lens, which customarily uses a monocular measurement on each side. When bad measurements are taken, it not only compromises the reading part of the lens, but the resulting distortion can interfere with looking at mid-zone stuff, like a monitor, a speedometer, or a piano keyboard. If I had to guess, the vice chair is a seasoned progressive lens wearer and can attest to what it's like to look through the wrong part of the lens. To avoid this product dissatisfaction and consumer business dissatisfaction in those situations that are the result of bad guesswork, it's better for the pupillary distance to be measured with the reliable instrument upon patient request. At least two members, patient request is the operative word. No doctor has to worry about any backlash for simply forgetting to do it. This 1 second task. If the patient doesn't ask, no problem. If they do, just do it. Lastly, and on an ideological note, I first felt conflicted to support a bill that came from the enemy camp, but I think it is a good bill for consumers, and I would be glad to answer any technical questions if there are any.
Questions?
I have one
Senator
question.
Avard.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. The pupillometer, or whatever you want to call it, that they have to invest in or that they choose to invest in, after it's paid for, shouldn't they still be able to make a profit off of it?
Well, it's what one would call a capital expense. It's a one-time only. It looks like a Viewmaster. I don't know what today's price is. I've been out of the business for 20 years, but it's something that does not, it does not need to, you know, it doesn't cost. It's paid for.
Okay, thank you. Additional questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Okay.
NHOA, Dr. Sawyer.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Angelique Sawyer, and I'm a practicing optometrist in North Conway and Berlin, New Hampshire. And I'm here as a representative of the New Hampshire Optometric Association. And I'm here to speak against HB 1139. Particularly because this bill aims to blur the lines between eyeglass prescribing and eyeglass dispensing, and because it purports to alter the definition of an eyeglass prescription. I won't read everything that's here. You have this submitted. A lot of the points that I would like to make, Dr. Sherman did an excellent job of giving the example of the difference between the prescriber, the surgeon, versus the dispenser, the ostomy fitter, the person who fits that prosthetic device. I've provided lots of examples that make it clear the difference between those two procedures. There are separate CPT medical procedure codes. The 92015 is the determination of the eyeglass prescription. The 92340 is the fitting of the eyeglasses. The FTC rule ensures that patients have that freedom of choice by requiring they are given their prescription at the end of an eye exam. The FTC further clarifies that the pupillary distance is not a component of the eye exam or the eyeglass prescription. The FTC clearly clarifies that that measurement is to be taken by the ophthalmic dispenser. Furthermore, we take great issue with any bill that purports to make a prescription modifiable without doctor permission, which is what this bill plans to do. This bill, the proponents they recognized that the dispenser has, in many cases, better equipment, better skills, better training to take more accurate measurements. So this bill is asking that the prescribing doctor include the prescription, a pupillary distance on the prescription, but then gives the dispenser the authority to modify that prescription without doctor's permission. We take issue with this. Altering a prescription without the doctor's prescription is a slippery slope. Particularly in my office, as Dr. Sherman said, I do not take the pupillary distance as part of my customary eye exam, and we take issue with the fact that New Hampshire law would be introducing an added component to an eye exam that is not standard. But when I do take that measurement, there are complex cases where I have patients who I know there's a lot going into their prescription, and I may take the time and effort in the exam room to take detailed measurements and include those on their prescription. When I've included it on the prescription, I want that to be followed. I don't want that to be disregarded by the person who is then manufacturing their glasses. So we take issue with any aspect of the prescription being altered. We take issue with this bill modifying the definition of an eyeglass prescription. We fully support the free market. We fully support standalone ophthalmic dispensing services. Many of the examples that were brought forward about being able to go to the dispenser and request that measurement are not addressed in this bill. This bill is making it part of the prescription, and that cannot be allowed as it is. If it were a standalone procedure, there are many doctors' offices that offer that. In fact, when online retail eyeglasses became a large factor, one of the biggest giants, Warby Parker, offered reimbursement to the online purchaser so that they could get their pupil distance taken in person by an ophthalmic dispenser. That policy has since changed. They do not offer that because they have now developed their own app for the patient to take that PD measurement for themselves using their Warby Parker technology. That is how it should be done. It is their responsibility. They chose to enter the eyeglass market, which is not simply a retail product. This is an FDA-regulated medical device. And with that goes the responsibility of properly fitting that device. So Warby Parker invested in proper technology to take that measurement for the online customer. As a result, they no longer offer that reimbursement for the PD measurement. But there are many offices, because this happened 10 years ago that Warby Parker started offering that, there are many doctors' offices who do offer that standalone service. They offer to their patients, we will take your measurements. After you purchase your glasses, bring them back to us. We will verify them for you. We will adjust them for you. They offer that as a standalone fitting service. And we like to be able to offer that. But it should not be something that is mandated. It should not be something that is part of the prescription. As to some of the examples that were brought forward, by the optician, they brought the example of the progressive and the necessity of a progressive needing to be measured specifically on each side rather than a combined measurement. They failed to mention that the progressive, most importantly, depends on the actual frame and how it is fit to your face. The vertical height of your eyes within that frame cannot be measured independently until the frame is in front of you and put on that person. Then you want to measure where the top of the glasses start and where it changes into your prescription. So that for that example, that's not a great idea for somebody to get that online. If they choose to do so, that is the patient's freedom of choice. They have that choice because they're given their prescription by FTC regulations. They may purchase their glasses wherever they would like to do so, but that does not become incumbent on the doctor or the dispenser in office in person to provide the tools necessary to make that their best online experience possible. I think that covers the majority of what I have submitted there. I do want to mention that the New Hampshire eye physicians and surgeons, while they're not here in person today, they have submitted written testimony, which I know Dr. Sherman alluded to, and we are joined in opposition with them. Thank you.
Senator Avard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so it's my understanding then that this bill is basically making, changing the prescriptions or modifying them. They're modifying it, but what really is concerning me about this particular bill is that you're forcing the optometrists to provide a service which then somebody else can make a profit off. And that seems to go against the free market. It seems as though the government's picking winners and choosers. Well, okay, you can't afford it. I understand that, but is that my understanding? You're being forced to provide a service, however insignificant in some people's mind, so that somebody else can profit off of it.
Absolutely. And while that one piece of equipment may be nominal to some people, I have to employ opticians who need to use that equipment. The FTC requires that I release my eyeglass prescription at the conclusion of my exam in the examination room. If somebody then asks me for that pupillary distance, I cannot send them over to my optician to go take that measurement. Then they have to come back to me and I have to modify the prescription. Their prescription is done when they leave the exam room. I've already printed it when they leave the exam room. So if they would like that extra information, that's fantastic. And there are many doctors' offices that will provide that, and we encourage our doctors to make that available and to build that relationship with your patients in that way, but it is subsequent to the prescription and it should not be mandated.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I just want to clarify one spot in your testimony that there are conditions of the eye, including lazy eye, that do require the prescriber to identify that, and anyone of the doctors who can do that prescription would also have the capability of measuring that distance. Is that correct?
To clarify, there are conditions such as amblyopia or lazy eye, which can most prevalently develop in children, and that can develop as a result of ill-fitting glasses. That does not mean I can recognize a child who has amblyopia based on my exam, and I can recognize a child who may be at risk for developing amblyopia if they have poorly fitting eyeglasses. That still doesn't mean I'm going to be the one to take that measurement. I just know that in those cases, that measurement is going to be more critical. I may, depending on who that child is, go the extra mile to take the measurement myself. I am capable of doing it, but in a child in that case, it's going to take more. I'm not going to use a pupillometer. I'm going to use other methods. I'm going to bring that child to my optician and have them also make sure that if we're making that or we're providing those fitting measurements, that we're doing the best we can for that child.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other questions, Julie Smiley.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Julie Smiley, and since I have an accent clarifying, I am a US citizen and I live in Amherst, New Hampshire. Thank you all for your service and also for hearing my few minutes of testimony as to how this bill benefits your constituents. I'm sure you're all aware that vision is one of our 5 senses. Optimal functioning is vital on that working well for adults and children. Given the high costs and low rates of medical coverage for vision care, reducing the cost of eyewear will no doubt support New Hampshire residents financially and medically. I've been reliant on glasses personally since I was 11 years old. I've successfully purchased glasses online in another state multiple times. Over the years, my vision has deteriorated, and consequently my glasses have become increasingly more expensive, particularly as I started to need progressive lenses so that I could read close and see for distance. The first pair of progressive lenses I bought at the optometrist because it was a big change in my prescription. I wanted to make sure that it fit correctly. Those glasses cost me over $600. They were not designer frames. And the average low-end cost for glasses for single vision is about $350 from the optometrist. You can buy those same glasses online for as little as $50. So having tested out my prescription with the $600 purchase, figured out this works well for me, I wanted to update my prescription sunglasses, which I wear less frequently, but I do need them. I can't see without my glasses. I could not afford another, what was going to be $800 for prescription sunglasses. So I wanted to order those glasses online. I already have the prescription. I know it works well. And we need to remember our glasses do move around our face when you move. So it's not always going to be exactly the pupillary distance, exactly where it's put. So anyway, I approached my eye doctor, having realized when I went to order my glasses online that the pupillary distance wasn't included on that prescription. Approached the eye doctor, who refused to disclose that pupillary distance measurement. Personally, I thought it was part of my medical records and I should be entitled to it. I know they already took that measurement because they did so in order to measure for my glasses. An optometrist, optician, whoever's measuring for glasses will always need to take that measurement. It takes a few seconds. It is not time consuming generally. And if somebody has a more complex eye care situation, I'm sure the optometrist and the consumer can have a discussion about that, where the importance of ordering the glasses from the optometrist could be discussed and the option given to the consumer. So they basically refused to disclose my pupillary distance, so I used the prior measurement obtained from an optician in another state. Ordered the glasses at about $100, so that's a $700 savings. They work perfectly fine. I've since ordered multiple pairs with no problem. But many New Hampshire residents won't have access to that information if they haven't lived in another state and gotten their pupillary distance in another state, which has a pupillary distance disclosure law. And that leaves them at a serious disadvantage regarding affordable eye care. Professionally, I'm a housing advocate. I work with low-income families, and it's my experience that many people simply cannot afford to pay the inflated price of glasses through their opticians. And they often go without the proper eye care because they cannot afford $400, $500, $600 pairs of glasses. And these may be required to be purchased multiply when it comes to children. So somebody's bought a pair of glasses, they break. Kids are notorious running around, they're gonna break their glasses. People cannot afford to replace them, so we have people going without the proper eyewear entirely, putting kids at a serious disadvantage sometimes. So, and you might want to buy a second pair, a spare pair. You buy one pair from the opticians, you buy a second pair online so that if something happens, you have a fallback. People can't afford to be spending $1,200 on glasses. We already sell reading glasses without any prescription at all. And studies have shown that people can tolerate a minimal imbalance in their eyewear with no discomfort at all. And again, it's certainly a lesser risk than people not buying glasses at all due to the inflated cost at the optometrist. Now, I implore you to pass this bill. It will make vision more affordable and more accessible to New Hampshire adults and children. It is not removing the option to purchase your glasses from the optometrist. It is just giving you the option to shop elsewhere with considerable savings. As a state that values individual freedoms and minimal government involvement, I think our citizens deserve the freedom of choice as to where to purchase their eyewear and at what cost. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions?
Real quick, if I may.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank
We have a
you.
question from Senator Avard.
Thank you.
Thank you. I actually went and got some progressives, and I had
Your
to do
question,
that.
Senator.
Yes, so I did. It's within my question, sir. I had to get some, and I had a choice of either $50 pair, or $300 pair, or $600 pair. Are you saying that if there are people that cannot afford the $50 pair, that option isn't available at the optometrist?
I don't know where you purchased your glasses from personally, but in my experience of 30 years purchasing, I've never found a pair of glasses at an eye doctor's that was $50.
I'm talking about the frames.
The frames. Oh, but it's the lenses that are very costly for progressive glasses. So.
And one final follow-up.
Sir?
You had mentioned that it doesn't take a whole lot of time to do this, but it infers then that people are entitled to an optometrist's time for free of charge so somebody else can make a profit off of it.
Well, if they're taking, they're required to give you a prescription for the reason, I assume, if it's your medical records, and they need to disclose that information so that you have freedom of choice to shop elsewhere rather than being beholden to the place that did the actual exam. And if they're measuring for glasses, they're measuring that pupillary distance. A prescription without the pupillary distance is really not worth the paper it's written on, because you can't really order glasses elsewhere without it. So,
Thank you.
thank you.
All right. Seeing no other questions, Dr. LaRanger. You're last, and you can't repeat anything anybody else said, so.
That's what I've heard. Good morning. Nice to see you. Thank you for listening to me today, members of the committee. So first, I'd like to start, I'm not going to repeat myself, but I would like to say that, first of all, purchasing glasses from a physician's office is basically the same as purchasing from your dentist a tooth or a retainer, and they are a medical device, and they really should not be compared to a gift shop or auto sales. As Dr. Sawyer has stated, the FTC has rules in place that have already outlined and keep a consumer's freedom of choice in place. So at the end of the prescription, the glasses prescription is printed, and the patient may take that anywhere, regardless of whether it has a PD on it or not. They can obtain their own PD and get that online. So there's no restriction there. There also is no intimidation because they're literally handed their prescription at the end of the exam. Our office also takes Medicaid and Medicare patients all day long. We have glasses that range, frames that range from $100 up to several $100s. So it certainly is the patient's choice of whether they want to purchase inexpensive glasses from our office or from online. So there is no restriction there. We certainly just don't have, $1,000 packages for patients. And we have a la carte services as well, where they can have a lower quality anti-reflection coating or a higher quality anti-reflection coating or none at all. It can be a budget-friendly option for them at our offices as well. So if a patient chooses to purchase it online, it should still be the responsibility of the fitter, the online retailer, to take the pupillary distance. And sorry, I'm trying not to repeat myself, but there is some repeating in here. So the online retailers, like we've said, they have the ability to get that PD. So I think I'll stress my points here that how this would affect our practices. And New Hampshire's ophthalmologists, optometrists, and opticians are united in their opposition of this bill, not for fear of losing a sale to competition, as HB 1139 proponents would suggest, but because we do not have the time and resources to shoulder this burden for the benefit of out-of-state online retailers. Mandating the pupillary distance measurement as part of a spectacle prescription would negatively impact our small businesses and overall patient care. At New Hampshire Eye Associates, I am one of 10 providers. Each one of us sees approximately 15 eye exams per day, on top of additional medical and urgent eye care appointments. We are booked for several months, and we're exhausted, working to care for all those who are in need of our community that does not have enough providers. We do not have the time to add another 150 measurements per day that are better provided by the eyewear dispenser and that patients are able to obtain on their own. Time spent by the provider conducting fitting services is time taken away from vital patient care in a world of provider shortages. We certainly support freedom of choice and free markets. And so any issues with a patient not obtaining their prescription after the exam is a violation of our statute and should be addressed with the board and regulation and is not appropriate in the legislature here today. I ask that you vote against this legislation because patients already have freedom of choice and because this bill only serves to burden providers who are already stretched thin to the benefit of out-of-state businesses. Thank you so much for your time.
Questions from the committee person? No, I do have one. I just kind of a follow-up on one of the statement from somebody else that these pupillary exams are not really part of a medical exam, according to state law or federal law?
That is according to federal law.
According to federal law.
And there was another point I wanted to make, actually, that it's a relatively quick measurement. Certainly, it can be a quick measurement, but then there's also the documentation and the record, and then future phone calls and patient fielding issues with that add on to the practice burden as well. And so when you add all of that up with all of the eye exams that we do, it is quite a costly burden for us.
Seeing no follow-up, thank you very much for your testimony. And I think you are the last speaker, so we're going to close the hearing. Yeah. Oh, I thought I was supposed to call them after the hearing. That's fine. Teresa?
Thank you. I'll make this brief. My name is Therese Grinnell, Loudon, New Hampshire, also a foster mom and a registered nurse. I have two very active little boys, and I've had my glasses at Lynn's Crafters that cost me $600, and I've had my $40 pair for when I sit on them and need an extra spare. I just would like to propose a consideration because I think the heart of why this was ever introduced is that your constituents are deciding that they need that extra pair and they're not in a position to spend the extra $600 for whatever reason. And there's this option to go online quickly and get something until their insurance kicks in and they can qualify for another pair, right? And so they call their optometrist and they ask for the information and it's being refused to them. So if we simply amended this, that when the pupillary distance is already well documented in the patient's chart, that it would be provided to the patient, as we all have to do with all of our healthcare records to provide that to our patients in any other setting. It doesn't have to be part of the script. But I do think that if it's already been measured and it's within a certain amount of time, you could say that it's been measured within the last 2 years, that the optometrist office where that information lies should be provided to that patient. We're not asking for any extra work. The rub in this was when people went and asked for it, they were being refused it because that optometrist business wanted to be the one to profit off those glasses for that patient. So I think there's an easy way to amend this that doesn't mess with the prescriptions and the federal and what we have the lobbyists saying from the optometry industry, that we're basically allowing your constituents to have information that is already in their chart, which truly they are legally entitled to, and it's being refused to them. So I would support this with an amendment that simply states when already measured and documented in the patient's chart, it shall be provided to them. And I think that would make both sides happy. I appreciate your time and your efforts today. Any questions?
Thank you very much for your testimony. Questions from the committee? Being none. Now we're going to, all right. And we're going to hear from the prime sponsor of HB 1466, relative to off-label use prescription drugs. Oh, I'm all confused. There we go. 1487. Thank you. I had it all checked off. And the floor is yours, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am Andrew Prout, representing Hillsborough County District 37, the towns of Hudson and Pelham. The bill as amended that passed the House on consent after a unanimous committee vote directs the Department of Health and Human Services accept the form to withdraw from participation in the immunization and vaccination registry directly from individuals and allow it to be notarized. This is in contrast to the current procedure where it may only be routed through a medical provider's office and must be signed by the medical provider. The old method is still accepted. The bill is to add a new option. It's the individual's choice which to use.
Could you suspend until the door's closed because I can't really hear you? Yeah. Mark, could you close that door, please? Thank you.
Thank you. The intent of this bill is to bring the withdrawal form in line with the requirements of the form to request a copy of your record from the registry, which can already be submitted through your medical provider office without notarization or directly to DHHS with notarization. The problem this bill is trying to solve is an unanswered question with the existing method. What happens if the healthcare provider does not wish to sign this form without an expensive office visit or is otherwise unavailable? Many vaccines are being administered by pharmacists and other pop-up clinic situations. Is an individual without a primary care provider supposed to track down the most recent pharmacist they saw to get the required countersignature? This is also especially problematic for individuals who may have moved out of New Hampshire and far away from their previous medical provider. However, notaries are available everywhere, often for free through one's bank or other organizations. Additionally, this roadblock to accomplishing the withdrawal is also out of step with the other forms in the vaccine registry, as I mentioned. Neither the form to request a copy of your record from the registry nor the form to make corrections to the registry record requires the countersignature of a healthcare provider. They both may be sent directly to the registry administrator. Despite these forms being developed at the same time in March 2016, only the withdrawal form is not accepted directly from the public. This bill seeks to correct that disparity. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'd be happy to answer any questions the committee may have.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions from the committee? All right. Thank you, Representative. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Kimberly and Bradley Owens, both in support but not wishing to speak. So we have Dr. Deborah Warner in support, not wishing to speak. Leah Cushman in support, not wishing to speak. And Gary York, MD, in support, not wishing to speak. I have nobody else who wants to talk about this. I recognize, John, you want to talk? The floor is yours.
Good morning, Chair and other member of the committee, members. For the record, my name is John Williams. I'm the Director of Legislative Affairs for the Department of Health and Human Services, and with me today is
Anne Marie McCurry. I'm the Immunization Section Chief for the Department of Health and Human Services.
Yeah, we come here today in opposition to the bill. We did oppose the bill in the House. With that said, we do appreciate the work that was done by the Health Policy Committee in the House. I think they worked a long ways to try to meet the department's concerns, but we still have concerns that need to be addressed in the bill. One of the items I just wanted, before we lose track of time in our brief testimony, is that we would like to proffer to the committee an amendment to the bill, adding an additional sentence at the end relative to patients who are minors, and that there be a requirement that the signature of a healthcare provider be made in that on those occasions. So if I could just proffer that to Mr. Lapine and just for committee's consideration, but if I could turn it over to Ms. McCurry at this point for the substance of the department's testimony, and we will be providing electronically our written testimony. Just we're going to give you the bulleted points.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
And I'll be very brief. The department believes that it is especially important for the providers to have the opportunity to be involved in the decision-making with regard to minors. While parents and caregivers have the final determination, the decision to withdraw has clinical implications because it may lead to incomplete or inaccessible medical records. It's important for the providers to continue to be involved with this process, as the providers are in a unique position to talk with the patients about the benefits of having a consolidated record that can be easily accessed through the IIS, to ensure the vaccinations are administered at the proper time intervals, to provide evidence of school-required immunizations, prevent revaccination when the medical record is not available to be obtained, and then also to guide clinical care decisions in the event of urgent care is needed. It's important for the providers to be involved because the withdrawal from the IIS will delete all immunization information currently in the system. And for those providers or for those individuals who decide to withdraw, the providers would need to know this in advance so that they could go ahead and make sure that the complete record is downloaded and into their medical record prior to this deletion. So that's very important for us to do. So while the department does recognize that the healthcare provider signature is an extra step, this step does promote the shared decision-making and ensures the quality of care that is provided. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions from the committee? Seeing what?
Oh, I was just going to say thank you. And also, I did want to point out to the bill's sponsor that I greatly apologize for taking his chair inadvertently because we needed one to come up at the table. So I'm going to give this back to the bill's sponsor.
Put into the permanent record.
In the permanent record, please.
Thank you very much. And I got an update on those who wish to speak. So I'm going to, okay, so we have Anne Marie Banfield. Oh, I'm sorry, Anne Marie. Got you. My eyes. I need some glasses here. Betty Gay in support, wishing to speak. Rep. They're new progressives. They are. But I'm still a conservative. Just kidding. Representative, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. It doesn't take long to say that I fully support this bill. We really think that all parents need to keep track of their children's records. Most people, it's not like when we were kids and we went to the same doctor forever. Most people have to keep records because they do have several providers. So it's not necessary for the state to keep the record. For people who want the state to keep the record, that's great. This bill in no way impacts people who prefer that, but it does permit people. Right now, we found out that if your records are already in the system, it's extremely difficult to figure out how how to get them out. And so part of our discussion was thinking of ways to make it easier, make the website have a very direct link so that you could see where, where. But that's not in the bill, but we were just thinking of ways to make it easy. But we want to reach people's needs, both the ones who want to have their records in the vaccine registry and those who don't. So, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you. Representative Tony Likas in support, but didn't determine whether you want to speak or not. And not in the room. Okay. Representative Peter Torosian in support. Didn't indicate whether you want to speak or not. All right. Representative Melissa Blasek in support, not wishing to speak. Representative Linda Gold in support, didn't determine whether you want to speak or not. Wonderful. Representative Andrew Pout in support. All right, already spoke. Okay, Amy Weindmer in support, not wishing to speak. Holy cow. Zach Tuba in support, not wishing to speak. J.R. Oh, I don't know how to say this last name. Hole, wishing in support, wishing to speak. Represent the Honorable J.R. Hole. You have the floor.
Thank you, Senator. For the record, J.R. Hole, former state rep from Bowen Dunbarton, wishing to speak in favor of this. By mandating that the information stay there, unfortunately, there's going to be a group of people who care about their children who will not participate with the medical system at all. There are unintended consequences for mandating a certain amount of information. Back in October, there was a hearing about the vaccine registry database and what was going to be included and not included at Health and Human Services for a simple rule change. At that hearing, there was north of 150 people who testified or were intending to testify against the expansion of the vaccine registry database. That hearing was canceled. It has not subsequently, that rule hearing has not subsequently been rescheduled. Medical information is important. Is it Senator back to, is it Senator Doctor or Doctor Senator? I don't know, both work. Huh? Hey, you works. Hey, you works. We both share a passion for the medical industry and making sure things are done right. I've seen medical information in databases misused. I've seen medical information used in a way that can harm a family. I've seen databases leaked out. Heck, Visa, every major retailer, right, has had a database that's leaked out into the mainstream. Do we want to risk the liability as a state for information that's in a database that we've now mandated that sticks around and then somebody breaks into it? I would argue that allowing parents the easiest and best possible way to say, I don't want to participate, is a way to ensure. I would argue that it should be opt-in, that for those who don't want to have to deal with the records themselves and want the state to capture them, that's great. Let the state do that. But for those who know that I saw physician so-and-so at Dartmouth, I know that physician's office has this information, I can call them. The medical provider themselves has this information. That is sufficient. We don't need to track it from at the state level. So I would ask that you would pass the bill. There was a reason it passed the House on consent. There was a reason that this needs to happen, and this is a reasonably simple change. Thank you.
Questions from the committee? I believe there was an amendment that was proposed. What are your thoughts about that?
I did not see the language.
Well, it hadn't been produced.
No, I get it. If I can see the language, I will send an email to the committee. As described, it was about the children's side of this. And again, as a parent, 4 children, various levels of vaccination for all 4 of our children, okay? I know where the records are. It's not hard, right? I care for my children. I know exactly who to call to get the information I need. If I need to show whether they had when was their last tetanus shot. Now, we happen to keep this information because as parents, we care about our kids, so I want to know when this is. But I can get that information. So it's not hard. I don't need the state to come in and say, have this as a duplicate set of information.
No follow-ups? Thank you very much for your testimony. And Kevin Chapman, in support, not wishing to speak. Rep. Erica Leon. Leon, thank you. In support, doesn't determine whether they want to speak or not? Or you want to speak? Okay. Wishing to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, I am Representative Erica Leon from Derry, and I'm Vice Chair of the From Your Doctor. We added the notarization requirement because it had initially just been the idea of filling out a form so that somebody doesn't maliciously remove somebody from the registry when they actually want that information there. We had another bill as well, and I apologize for passing so many different vaccine bills to you, but there's one where it provides a carrot for participating in the registry. It will allow a family to get a printout of all the immunization records that they have. And for people with children who go to summer camps and participate in other activities where they need to have that, it's a huge incentive to remain in the registry. I expect that most families will continue to participate because that's valuable. But for those who believe that it's more important for them to have privacy of their own medical information to prevent potential misuse or capture of that information, that they should have that option and they shouldn't have to schedule an appointment with their doctor in order to opt out. So I am in support of the bill. I haven't seen any language from the amendment. I'd love to be able to see it and give an opinion on that as well offline.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? So it was my understanding that we had opt-in only for the registry. I didn't know that people were automatically put into a registry. I could be mistaken, but it seems to me that we had passed legislation not allowing people to be put into a registry.
No, it's currently not that.
It's opt-out.
The language was not clear when the bill was initially put in. The intention was for it to be opt-in, and we had Representative Neil Kirk come and speak to us about that intention. It's actually going to be the last bill of the day where we clean up that language. But I think a lot of people were under the impression that it was opt-in, even though it's opt-out today. And actually, while we were getting the COVID vaccines from Washington, part of the condition of receiving those vaccines was that everybody was automatically entered into the registry. I think that was just part of their process to make sure that they knew where it was going when they were just trying to do the best they could with their limited resources. But now that we've moved past that emergency time period, giving a straightforward path when you can't go find the National Guardsman who helped you with your vaccination in order to get their signature, just seems like a straightforward, common sense way to allow those who value their privacy to opt out.
Thank you. No further questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Nick Hubbard, in support, not wishing to speak. Did I just get handed another? I guess I did. Leslie? Okay, in support, didn't determine. All right, wonderful. Julie Smith, is there a Julie Smith in the audience? Wishing to speak.
Julie Smith from Nashua, in favor. As one might assume and know, when you have a common name and you identify yourself, people often make fun of you and say there's multiple search results and the like. I wasn't going to speak, but when JR mentioned leaking credit card information, data breaches, medical information is out there forever. And the reason why I use the word forever is that Dartmouth-Hitchcock now has consumed or assumed control over Matthew Thornton, which is the practice that I received medical services from in childhood. I have not used my parents' address since 1987, and when I went over to Exit 8 to their Dartmouth-Hitchcock facility and identified myself, the clerk pulled up my parents' address from prior to 1987. So I just want to say for the record that information's out there and it's very hard to scrub. And so I want that taken into consideration. I support this bill, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. You're the final speaker. And, you have 30 seconds? Follow up.
Thank you, Senator, for allowing me. J.R. Hull for the record. I do want to point out in 2018, the state voted about privacy on a constitutional amendment, Article 2B. It was supported by 81% of the state. Again, 81% of the state who voted in the 2018 election said data privacy was important to them. Okay, let's not lose sight of where the public is relative to the ever-growing information age. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, and now we are going to close the hearing on HB 1487. Open up the hearing to HB 1466. And we'll hear from the prime sponsor. You have the floor, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am Representative Erica Leon, and I am introducing this bill for the prime sponsor, Kenna Cross, Representative Kenna Cross. As you may be aware, off-label medicine is a crucial component of the practice of medicine. It costs $2 billion today in order to get a new drug from development and discovery through the whole process and approved for use for a specific indication. It also takes a decade to get a drug from discovery into the market. It does cost less and take less time to find something that's already been approved for one use, that's already been safe enough for the intended use and efficacious enough to get this to then add another indication to that drug. However, that still costs a very, very large amount of money. And when you're looking at generics or other drugs where there's not much payoff because there may only be 5 or 6 people with a certain condition in the country. Or there may be a lot of people that have it, but it's generally in people with poor health and lower income. And you don't want to add the cost of a whole nother approval to the cost of a drug. So today, doctors prescribe medicine off-label, and until COVID, it wasn't an issue. With COVID, off-label prescription of hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin became a political hot rod. And it was very unfortunate that that happened because it took some options. Who knows how efficacious it is, but we know it's safe. The big question here is the government supposed to be in the way of the doctor-patient relationship? Or do we allow shared decision-making with the doctor and the patient? That is one of the core tenets of the strong practice of medicine, where the doctor and the patient discuss all of the available treatment availabilities, discuss different procedures, discuss devices, discuss drugs, discuss lifestyle modifications. I do understand today in our world of 7-minute appointments, it's a lot harder to have a nice detailed conversation, but it's still quite important, especially because there are so many disease states that don't have approved drugs. What this bill does is we started with what had passed in Oklahoma, but that's not what's right for us here in New Hampshire. We were able to take this, distill it down, and say that if an off-label use already has a strong body of evidence, you don't need to do anything different. Just keep doing your practice of medicine, keep prescribing that off-label, and there's no problem with the Board of Medicine or any other regulatory board. But if there's something where the evidence is still developing, whether this is a rare cancer or whether it's somebody who wants to try another treatment option that may or may not work, but they want that right to try. When they discuss it with their doctor, they would document that informed consent in the medical record, and then prescribing a drug off-label would not be grounds for a regulatory, for any sort of disciplinary action. We have a very important phrase here. A licensee shall be held to the same standard of care as when prescribing for on-label indications. That means you can't prescribe something intended to end a human life, like you would for assisted suicide. It also means that if you aren't taking the condition of the patient into account, and you prescribe something that is truly dangerous for that patient, like Fluvoxid for somebody who's on beta blockers and they're unable to get that out of their heart and it would kill them. That's something where you're still held to that same standard of care. This simply allows that discussion to happen between the doctor and the patient in areas where the FDA is silent so that they can determine the right course of action. If there's any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Thank you. And would you believe I've used or I've prescribed many off-label. There's one that's for irritable bowel syndrome that is just not available actually except off-label because for exactly the reasons you talked about, which is that it's too expensive to have it go through the regulatory process. So, but my one concern is the it's actually repeated 3 times. It's an example is lines 4 through 7 on page 1. The or in there, I'm a little concerned. I've had in my career, there's an orthopedist who is sitting in jail in Virginia who infused aloe intravenously. He had consent. He explained supposedly risks and benefits, but he killed patients. And there's another physician that I worked with who wanted to use an antidiarrheal in Crohn's disease for the diarrhea. Now, again, under this, if he had informed consent, it would have been, I think, allowable, but it was off-label, and he probably would have had to have that patient have their colon removed. So what I'm getting at is I just want to be sure that the board can still act in those kind of cases, because I don't see in that second part of the phrase that there has to be any clinical evidence of efficacy. And maybe that last sentence, we might need to ask Lindsay Courtney or somebody like that to clarify. But that's my only concern. I want to be sure the board and the trial attorneys actually can hold a provider accountable for what I see as malpractice, but I just don't want to pass on malpractice in an off-label drug use. Do you understand my question?
I understand that question and appreciate that concern. That's one of the areas that we were trying to address by having that same standard of care. And it sounds like the malpractice that happened in those cases is more than just the fact that that was an off-label indication. So if there were other things that they did that were inappropriate, if there was a known danger, you can't prescribe a drug if there's a known contraindication to your patient. And even if the contraindication status that the person is a human and we know that this does not work in that disease state, that would be, I believe that would be against the standard of care in all the ethics that are held in the board. If we can have further refinement to this to make sure that we don't need to have a certain amount of clinical evidence available. I'm not sure if you're familiar with Duchenne's muscular dystrophy. Duchenne's muscular dystrophy. With that, they had to enroll almost every single person in the country with that disease in the clinical trial so that they could get approval, because it was such a rare disease state that until they had that trial, there was no evidence. And that's the question we walk here. I mean, obviously, we have some of these things that are quite low risk, and people want to have a potential of benefit. But we also need to look at these rare disease states. We have a colleague with a rare cancer, and she's looking for all the options that she can have for treatment. We've looked at biomarkers in our committee and the ability to develop that. Some of this is trying to stay towards that cutting edge of medicine that does have more risk, but it also may have more life and more good life left for these patients. So I'm cautious about putting something about requiring a certain level of evidence, because there are people whose lives may be extended by a very good 2 or 3 weeks where their family can come and see them while they can still speak at end of life because they have consented to some experimental treatment. But I would love to work with you if we need to have this language be a little bit more precise
And
with the standard of care.
follow-up.
Yeah, it's just, would you be willing to work with me? All I want to do is check with the board and make sure they're fully comfortable, unless you've already done that. But I just want to make sure that the board feels like they still have the tools to hold somebody accountable. So would you be okay with that?
I wouldn't just be okay. I'd love to work with you on that.
Great. All right. Seeing no other questions, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bob Dunn, Diocese of Manchester.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm Bob Dunn, the Director of Public Policy for the Roman Catholic Diocese of Manchester. It's good to be back in front of you in person again. I am not here, we don't have a position on the underlying policy on the bill, but I do want to speak to some possible unintended consequences that sort of are related to what Senator Sherman was just discussing. That is, in our case, a concern about the potential use of the unintended use of the language in this bill for purposes of assisted suicide. And as you know, it's something that we have been opposed to for many years, and it is not an issue in this bill, and I certainly don't want to litigate that issue with respect to House Bill 1466. But in order to make sure that this bill is walled off from anything like that, and to ensure that the language of this bill is applied in a manner that is no broader than what the legislature intends, I do have a suggestion on some language that, as it happens, Senator Sherman is very familiar with, because it was in Senate Bill 74 last year in the Advanced Directive Statute. And there is a sentence there, I have a copy and I can provide it to the committee, that essentially says that nothing in this is to be considered as authorizing, et cetera, assisted suicide, et cetera. So I think that that language that is already tried and true, it's already in the law today, would be an effective way to make sure that this bill, if passed, were not applied more broadly than you intend. Thank you.
Questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Leah? Question? You didn't put rep on here, so I would have called you sooner.
Sorry, that's okay. My name is Representative Leah Cushman for the record. I serve on the House Health, Human Services, and Elderly Affairs Committee, and I was part of the work group that put together the amendment for this bill. And I just wanted to speak a little bit about the concern of Senator Sherman, about the and whether the board can act. So our thinking in putting that amendment in was to make very sure that the board can act. Basically, you're still subject as a provider to the opinion of professional peers in your field. So that would be the Board of Medicine for physicians. The standard of care that is expected of a physician is that they will not prescribe a medication that they have reasonable understanding of the nature of the patient's health and the medication, that there would be a risk, a substantial risk that is not outweighed by the potential benefit of that medication. So in having those discussions with patients, physicians need that they need to consider as they're prescribing, or they will be subject to discipline. The original bill actually had a statement that there would be no disciplinary action that they would be subjected to. That was removed and replaced with that the same standard of care be met. And that amendment was worked on by Dr. Gary Woods, Representative Woods, who has some experience with the Board of Medicine. And that was his wording that we put into this bill. And when we were discussing it in committee, he raised the point that under New Hampshire statute, physicians are required to be held to the American Medical Association's Code of Ethics, and that within that they would be expected to be responsible with their prescribing of medications. So just wanted to give a little background on that I believe that the board will still, if there's a reason, if someone just is being a cowboy and, prescribing dangerously, that still violates the standard of care in medicine, and they will be subject to a board of their peers.
Senator Avard, it looks like you had a question.
I do. I'm just, my little squirrel's going on in my head. So this bill is basically to protect from over politicizing certain things that are off script, correct? How, I'm sorry. Yes, I know that. So is the Board of Medicine immune to political considerations? In other words, can they be hacked due to, you know, a political bent?
Senator Avard, I don't know if I like that question. Maybe you could talk to the representative offline on that and make me happier.
I'll make you happy.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, the next witness is Dr. York. York, Gary York. Seeing none, we will.
Dr. York is here.
I like that question. Dr. York.
I apologize. I was listening to the live stream, which apparently is delayed a little
I'll
bit.
tell you what, we'll shorten your fuse and you got less time now.
Oh, okay. I won't need much time. The medical practitioners included in this bill include physicians, nurse practitioners, and physicians' assistants who have an extensive amount of education and make decisions based on their experience. I don't think the state of New Hampshire should be legislating practice of medicine. I fully support this bill, and I think, as discussed by the previous speakers, the onus of the standard of practice falls on each of these practitioners, and they are going to make decisions based on their knowledge and practice experience. So I would say, I'm sorry.
I've just been informed that you didn't state your name.
I'm sorry.
For the record. And
Gary York, Hopkinton, New Hampshire. Thank you.
That'll keep me out of trouble.
Okay.
But the fuse is getting short.
We have eyes on you. I fully support this bill. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Questions of the doctor? Seeing none, that is the last one on my list. We'll close that hearing and we. I don't see you on this one, JR. Fine. We'll reopen the public hearing.
I apologize. For the record, J.R. Hall, I'll make this very short. I thought I was signed up to speak on this as well. I would like to read, I'm in support of this bill, and I'd like to read as a case study, because I've lived the nightmare of ivermectin for the last 4 months now, a New York Times article, and then I'm going to reference a study that is tied to this same article, and I'm going to do that intentionally so, because somehow between the authors of the study, the actual data, and what the New York Times reported, there's a big disconnect. New York Times reported a large study finds that ivermectin does not reduce the risk of COVID-19 for hospitalization. If you actually read the conclusion of that article, it has something very similar. And this is a study of 3,500 patients. But when you look at the data, and as an engineer, that's what my job is to go look at the data and look at the charts and look at you'll find out the hospitalizations are down by almost 20%. You'll find that those going on ventilators are down significantly. I think it's important that there is a highly politicized element to this particular drug. And as Senator Avard asked, well, does that affect even the licensing boards? Well, it potentially could. And I think to Senator Sherman's question about what happens if someone's misusing a particular piece of a particular type of medication that could in fact have serious unintended consequences. I think the peers in that field will be able to point out, right? Your example of Crohn's disease is a good one. Is something where someone's going to say, but that was not good medical practice. And it will reform itself very quickly in a lawsuit. Whether it happens anywhere else, that's up for debate. But I can say, if there is an attorney and a doctor who decide that was really a bad choice, it's not going to happen many more times on that particular use of that medication. To the example I just pointed out, going back to ivermectin real quickly, I was pulling up the graph. Table 3, in the actual study, hospitalizations with ivermectin, 79. Hospitalizations with the placebo, 95. Okay? Death, 21 using ivermectin, placebo, 24. Okay? Mechanical ventilation, okay, 19 with ivermectin, 25 with the placebo. There is a substantial difference in those data numbers, okay? But the New York Times says this medication doesn't work. Now, there's also the difference between safety and efficacious. There is a placebo effect. We know that. Maybe that's all that ivermectin does. I don't know. I can't give you, from a pharmacological side, why it works. But there is some evidence that it does. I don't want this to be about that particular medication. I want to use it as an example of where one particular very well-known, very well-established safe medication has been used worldwide for billions of times to deal with parasites, has been used by a number of doctors off-label. This happens approximately 37%, according to some studies, as off-label use. As long as there's no real harm, I think this should go through. And the real harm will be solved at some point. Worst case is it's by tort because a patient was harmed. But long before that, if a doctor says, hey, my patient came in to me and said, I heard some rumor on Google, I Googled it and found out this, he's going to go to his peers and say, is this a good idea, before he starts prescribing that medication for this off-label use. So
Okay.
With that.
Questions? Senator Sherman.
Thank you, JR. I think the study had 1,700 if it's the Brazilian study. And would you agree that whether it's 1,700 or 3,500, a difference in outcome by 6 patients is not statistically significant? Under any statistics?
Okay. Yes, it's not statistically significant. If you look at the bars, okay, and in the same graphs, if you look at the bars, okay, the bars are centered effectively on no outcome, okay, okay. In this case, though, the medicine doesn't have any harm, but they were all on the right side of being better than average, okay? So the center line of the distribution was slightly to the side of ivermectin for everything on that list other than smoking. For those candidates, the subset who were smoking, right, there was some harm potentially associated with the use of this medication. But for every other subset, every other group, and I can send you the graphs, okay, it was slightly better performance. Now, if there was only 26 deaths, 26 deaths in 19, that difference, 24 deaths in 19, the 5 difference is not huge, but the 5 difference over the baseline of the number of deaths total is actually a real percentage. Does that make sense?
Okay, I think there's real fine discussion, but neither of you are, come in here with statistician degrees, so I'm going to, unless there's something else, I'm going to move on. We did have one other person that wants to sign up late. Therese, please be brief. You and the rest of you, if you don't sign up on the sheets, then I don't know you want to speak. So.
Fair enough.
We
Thank
still
you.
have 6 bills to hear today.
So very quickly, Therese Grinnell, Loudoun, New Hampshire, registered nurse. Thrown into the throes of a liberty movement after I stood up for medical freedom that came on the heels of providers coming to me and stating, we do take an oath to do no harm. We have a standard of care that we're upheld to. There is a medication that the gold standard of chemistry had found to be effective, which I will send to the committee. However, These providers were walking across the street and standing on the corner with me, showing me emails from their employers stating that they would be terminated if they prescribed a certain medication. That has never historically happened in healthcare. Never has that autonomy of a healthcare provider been caught between potentially doing harm by not prescribing a medication versus losing their license by administrators of their employer. Several nurse practitioners that I know have left their family practices to go into practice with private firms. We cannot allow for providers to be mandated by government-run hospitals to dictate to them what they can and cannot do and still uphold their oath to do no harm. I have a medical director who sent me a YouTube video from Dartmouth Hitchcock Medical Center that said absolutely under no circumstances at 3:02 on this video are you to do anything outside of the protocol for the care of your COVID patients. That is not okay. That is not okay. We cannot allow to have patients sitting in the ICU and have doctors in a straitjacket who took an oath to do no harm being told by their administrators that they can't try interventions that the family or the patient or other individuals in the height of a pandemic of a new virus that's still being discovered be told they cannot. I beg you to support 1466. We are still mandated by the standard of care. We are still up. We go into medicine to do no harm. There's no reason when someone tests positive that we wouldn't at least try something that's as safe as Tylenol. And to be told that we can't do that. Why? How does that make any sense to anybody? Even if it was just a placebo. But that's what we did. And it harmed people, in my opinion. Time will tell. But I beg you guys to not straitjacket clinicians. Let them use their discernment. Let them uphold their oath to do no harm. And let them be accountable to the standard of care by the boards that certify them. Thank you.
Okay, questions? Seeing none? They did find another sheet. JR, you were on the other sheet, but you were marked as not speaking. So there are two other names on there. Representative Erica Leon? She spoke. Okay, she spoke. All right. And Representative Gay?
May I speak?
Yes, you were on the list that they found.
Thank you so much.
And ma'am, I've asked for people to sign up twice now.
I did it all earlier.
All right.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I support this bill tremendously. Never in my life, and I'm not that old, but I mean, I've been around a long time. I've never, ever seen medicine directed by our news media and prohibitions against doctors prescribing what they think is safe. Just yesterday, I got another dose from a cousin in Houston that I was hoping to see, and she's terrified of me because she doesn't know anything about treatments. She's scared. She wants to see me if we can be outside. I'm just horrified that people like Dr. Nass in Maine have not only had their license
We
pulled.
don't need to mention people's names here.
Okay, a doctor.
So please wrap it up.
Okay, a doctor in Maine is now, everybody knows because it's been publicized, has lost her license because she ordered hydroxychloroquine, which works if you're very early in the disease, not later, like ivermectin does. But she has lost her license. And it's a medicine that everybody knows for decades has been used and proven safely across the world. It's just they're using it for a different process. So I'm just hoping that in the name of not these particular medicines, but in just medicine in general, that it's not tried in the public opinion courts, but in medical care, that we always respect safety and trying new things. So I really think that this
All right,
bill is
questions
really
from
important.
Committee members? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Closed. I think that, all right, at the beginning of these hearings, we made an announcement. There was some comments and other things that happened at one of the previous hearings. We want to treat both the senators and the staff with dignity, and I will not tolerate people who are not doing that. I will call security, and you can have a nice conversation with them, get to know them better. So just make sure that everyone keeps the decorum, and I will appreciate that. And with that, we will open the hearing on House Bill 1099 and ask the prime sponsor, I think. Let me look and see if he really is. He can tell me.
I be that guy.
Yes, you are.
So is it afternoon yet, or is it still morning? I guess it's still morning. So good morning, and thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the Senate Health and Human Services Committee. I am the prime sponsor. I'm here to speak in support of House Bill 1099 as amended. This bill, as originally drafted, was more narrowly defined to the Department of Health and Human Services from requiring vaccine passports for services. The bill now, as it's amended, clarifies that this legislation, if passed, includes other political subdivisions of the state of New Hampshire, which includes, but are not limited to, counties, cities, towns, school districts, and so forth. The reason I brought this bill forward was because earlier last year, the Department of Health and Human Services scheduled and attempted to have a public hearing on the idea of requiring vaccine passports. The hearing that they scheduled was, so many people came out to attend that hearing that there wasn't enough room in the meeting room. So that got rescheduled. I'm not sure they ever rescheduled it, but I heard from many constituents concerned about that. So I brought this legislation forward. The hearing, I embrace the hearing because I believe it broadens the rights of our citizens. The public overwhelmingly was against such move to change and require a mandate. And this legislation codifies in law that any person has a natural, essential, inherent right to bodily integrity, free from any threat or compulsion by government, as outlined in this bill as amended to include all state government and local government, and to accept or require immunization. So this bill would prevent that from happening. That's pretty much my testimony. I just say in closing, I've certainly listened to our citizens, and this legislation is an answer to the concerns they had. It gives them protection. So I hope that the committee agrees and they pass this bill as amended. And that concludes my testimony, and I'd be glad to answer any questions that the committee may have.
Questions from committee members? Senator.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you for taking my question. The New Hampshire Department of Health and Human Services oversees our state Medicaid program. And there are several different entities that receive Medicaid dollars, including all of our nursing homes and pretty much all of our physician practices and nurse practitioner private practices that take Medicaid. So my question is, would your bill prohibit a private entity such as a private practice pediatrician from saying, for the protection of my other patients, I'm not going to accept patients who are not vaccinated? Would this, since they would be accepting Medicaid patients under the purview of DHHS, would your bill therefore regulate the private practice of medicine?
It's my understanding that it would not. I'm not an expert in that area, but again, the entities that I mentioned in my testimony is primarily what it targets here, so I would say no. Somebody behind me may have a different opinion.
And one follow-up, we have a process for determining which are required vaccines, and I know we've had a lot of debate about this too, which vaccines are required for public school children or school-age children to attend school. Since that process takes place through DHHS, and since you mentioned in here school districts, the original version of this had in it an exclusion for the department to be able to make those determinations on all vaccines. Are you saying now that they no longer have that ability?
Well, what the language says is it specifically refers to the COVID-19 vaccine. So in regard to others that are historically done and may be done in the future, it doesn't change that.
One more follow-up.
Yes, another follow-up.
So we've had multiple variants of COVID-19. In fact, we have a new one surging in the state right now. Fortunately, it doesn't appear much more toxic than the Omicron, but we also know this virus is a surprising one, and it can really, like Delta was hugely impactful for the state of New Hampshire. If we had one that was as virulent as or as contagious as Omicron, but as deadly as the avian flu, and the only way to protect would be to require vaccines, this takes that away, correct?
Well, again, it's specific to COVID-19. Now, I can't say.
I'm talking about a variant of COVID-19. You're taking away, and this is it's a question. Is this bill taking away the ability of the Department of Health and Human Services to react to a new variant as yet has not arrived, that where our only response that's meaningful is a vaccine?
So my answer,
Senator, the part of the question that gets into that it's the only is really highly conjecture, and he's not qualified to make that decision. So I'm trying to get
the
it.
department. That's fine.
if I may, Mr. Chair, I'd answer it this way. No, my bill doesn't take away anybody's ability to be immunized if they so choose. What it does, though, it protects individuals from not being forced to take one. And so, having said that, as far as, again, the private sector goes, if they require it, this would not interfere with that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Additional questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. I've got a lot of people on the list, but very few that have actually checked the box for signing up to speak. Representative Gay, you are next.
I would just point out that this bill is specifically aimed at COVID-19. There are multiple ways to protect other people if you're sick and carrying the disease. So I question that immunization is the only way to protect other people. We already know that immunizations are only good for a few months for COVID-19. Other countries that do a better job than we do, like Israel, have lots of data that support that. So I totally support this bill.
Okay, questions from committee members? Seeing none, thank you very much. The only other one that has actually checked the box is Rusanne. Is she still here?
Thank you, committee chair. Thank you, committee members. For the record, my name is Rusanne Chester. I'm a resident of Bedford, New Hampshire. I am here in support of this bill. I feel very strongly that this is something that we need to have on the records for the folks of New Hampshire that may choose not to be vaccinated with the COVID-19 vaccine. There has been a number of different effects that have come from the COVID-19 vaccine. Some of those, maybe it's because they're interacting with some of the other medications that these folks are on that are receiving benefits. But I have worked with the disabled and elderly for many, many years. And in many situations, there are a lot of reasons why there's adverse effects to many kinds of vaccinations. It should not be an issue with regards to, this clearly is a discrimination situation where these people will be discriminated from receiving services because they choose not to be vaccinated with the COVID-19 vaccine. I am personally a vaccine-injured individual, not from the COVID-19 vaccine, but from a different vaccine that I chose to take. I'd had it prior to developing Bell's palsy, and I've had it since. But it was my choice. And that's what really needs to be going on here, is that no person in the state of New Hampshire, regardless of their personal situation, should be discriminated against. And clearly, without this being passed into law, discrimination has and will continue to happen.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the committee members? All right, that's the end of our list. Just to, that was 2 full pages. There was only one who chose not to speak that was opposed, and the rest who chose not to speak were in support. Public hearing is closed, and we'll open the public hearing in just a minute on House Bill 1439.
I just wish the department.
Okay, now that we've got the list, Representative Rice, I knew you came to see me for some reason.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. For the record, I'm Representative Kim Rice. I represent Hillsborough County 37, Hudson, and Pelham. I want to tell you a little bit about how I got to being the prime sponsor of this bill. In September, my mother passed away, not alone. She was, my stepdad was there with her. A month later, going over to check on my stepfather, he was on the floor. He had fallen. So I got him to the hospital. I was in the room with him. They automatically tested him for COVID, and it came back positive, and they made me leave the room. I'm also his DPOA. I couldn't understand why I had to leave the room once he was tested, because we'd been together all morning. But this is an 86-year-old man who was now put in a quarantine for 10 days at a hospital, had lost his wife, was severely depressed, and didn't have anyone there with him. During this time, I also got notice, I got a call that my brother was in the ICU in Honolulu. So I immediately flew out to Hawaii, because before they intubated him, he made me his DPOA. While there, I did everything. I got vaccinated. I would have jumped through hoops, whatever it took to make sure I was there for my brother. And they were wonderful in making sure I was there for him and I was his voice. During this time, he started to wake up. And the doctor came in and said I was his medicine. I don't think anyone should be deprived of their medicine. And I get very upset about this, and I'm sorry, because my brother died after I left Hawaii. And none of this was COVID related. He didn't have COVID. My mom didn't have COVID. So, but when I heard about the No Patient Left Alone Act, when it was brought to my attention, I said, I have to fight for that, because I made a difference being there for my brother And I think that everyone should have someone there. I believe it makes a difference. When babies are born, you put them skin to skin with the mom, skin to skin with the dad, to form that connection. Why would that change when we're adults? To have that connection nearby? So I just, I strongly urge you to support this committee. I passed around to support this bill. It has already been put into law in North Carolina, Arkansas, and Oklahoma. Oklahoma passed the bill in May of 2021, and the sky has not fallen. There are also bills in Florida, Missouri, and West Virginia. In your packet, I included the Oklahoma bill and a few of the emails I got after people heard about this bill. This is a problem. You're going to hear from a woman who had to leave her husband's side, and he passed away. This should not happen. I believe that by denying having a loved one there, we are doing a serious disservice. How many elderly passed away alone? And I tell you, family members will do whatever it takes. You want me to perform circus acts, I will do that to be by the side of my family. If you want me to wear head to toe PPE, I will, because I don't understand how a nurse can be in a room with a patient who has COVID and go home to her family, but I'm not allowed to come in dressed in PPE and a mask and be near mine. That is not right. And as human beings, we should be doing better. And I understand these were extraordinary times, and I appreciate the fact that how hard the nurses and doctors worked. But I'm telling you that I believe how many people could have been saved just by having a loved one there. Let's talk about my friend Angie, whose 31-year-old daughter was crying for her mama before she got intubated, and they wouldn't let her in. And that vibrant 31-year-old daughter died 5 days later without her mom by her side that she wanted so desperately. It's inhumane, and I will die on this sword. Thank you.
Questions? Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
You did call out a particular witness. You would like that witness?
There's another, yes, she's out here. She should be on the list too.
Okay, I just didn't, if there was a particular person that you wanted to go next, since you're the prime sponsor, I was going to. Okay, sounds good to me. Chair calls Jennifer Martin. You can hit the button and introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Martin. I am here to introduce you to my husband, Christopher Martin, who is now passed. And what I have left of him remains and fits around my neck. I am here to testify on the 1439 for the fact that I was removed from my husband's side and unable to advocate for him in his dying hours, in his dying weeks. And as a result, he's not here. He could have been saved, but they considered my advocacy as disruption and removed me from his side. I just wanted to be on record that obviously it's been well known how much it helps to have patients, to have their loved ones there by them, advocating for them, and not just in the psychosomatic end of it, but also in the medical. He wasn't able to speak for himself. He was unconscious. He was intubated against consent. Had I been allowed to be there, I believe that I could have stopped that from happening. I was only allowed to be there over the phone and explain to the doctors that he was not to be intubated, 2 hours later, they intubated him anyway. Then he was transferred to another hospital when they realized what they did was wrong. And in that second hospital is where he passed. When I continued to try to advocate for my husband, I was treated like a criminal and removed. And now my husband is dead.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We'll get back to the state rep now.
Good morning, Senators. For the record, I represent the town of Merrimack, Hillsborough 21. When I was a baby, my mother took me with her to New Jersey when her mother was dying. And my grandma took one look at me and got out of that hospital bed and danced around the room and lived another 2 years. I wasn't there when my father died. I tried to get there in time. His last words were, "Did they get here yet?" When my mother died 5 years ago, I did make it in time and I was with her. And I held her hand and I saw her pass. I saw the light go out of her eyes and I told her to come back. And she did. And then I told her, "It's okay, Mom, you can go." Everybody should be that lucky to be with their loved one that when they leave this life. And listening to the words of Representative Rice, she's right. And that's what reminded me of my grandmother. You know, that was her medicine. And people need that contact. So I hope that you will support this bill. Thank you.
Representative Gay.
Thank you. I'm truly grateful that my mother passed away long before COVID-19 shut down the hospitals and assisted livings and nursing homes. But two of my friends had very personal experiences, just as the heartrending stories you've just heard. My friend Margie's mom was isolated in a nursing home and declined. And during the shutdown, Margie was not permitted to see her. Finally, when her vital signs dropped, Margie was permitted to be dressed in PPE and visit her mom for the last 3 days for a few hours. And after she died, Margie said, "Mom died of a broken heart." My sister-in-law was the administrator of a prestigious assisted living. She worked long hours, but she was at home when they called her and said that one of her residents was 104. He had been fine as a 104-year-old person could be. But his let's see, what's the term? His vital signs had dropped precariously. So they were permitted, if she gave her approval, to let his family come in. So, of course, Annie said, yes, bring them in. Within 4 hours of their coming, he was back to normal. It is critical. Our relationships are critical. And this fear of contamination could have easily been assuaged by providing PPE for people. My chiropractor doesn't throw hers away. She washes them. They could have figured a way. In the future, they still can figure ways, just like the shop at the hospital could rent. People could pay to use the PPE and give it back, and it could be laundered so we wouldn't be running up huge expenses and getting rid of the ones that have to be thrown away. So I certainly support this bill, and I'm very grateful that Kim proposed it.
Thank you, Representative. Thanks so much. The next representative on the list is Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, another member of the committee. My name is Mark Pearson. I am chairman of the House Health, Human Services, and Elderly Affairs Committee. I was ordained an Episcopal priest 47 years ago, so I've had a lot of parishioners in a lot of hospitals over the years. In fact, my first ministry post was as a hospital chaplain. And I'm part-time CEO of a small medical center in Kingston with my wife, Dr. Mary Pearson, as one of the PCPs. Representative Rice gave my Health and Human Services Committee, in my opinion, a good bill, and my committee, full of medical professionals, made it even better. Just 2 comments. Number 1, Section 7 of the bill requires the policies regarding patients and visitors be placed on the website and posted in all patient treatment rooms. We need easy access to know what the rules are and to make sure that they're rules and not just things that happen as we go along. And secondly, my committee heard from a few hospital folks testifying that this bill was unnecessary because they're already doing a good job. Well, my experience is most hospitals are doing a very good job, and therefore they have nothing to worry about by this bill. But my personal experience and the accounts of those whose verity I do trust, and I don't trust everybody who speaks to me, indicate that there's room for improvement. My considered opinion is this bill is good and it will be helpful. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Questions?
Just one.
Senator?
Thank you. Going back to your days in the clergy, are you familiar with Proverbs 13:12?
Am I familiar
Hope
with?
deferred makes the heart sick.
I'm sorry, I cannot understand you.
Hope, Proverbs 13:12.
I will when you tell me.
Hope deferred makes the heart sick. That's it.
I would obviously agree with that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next on the list,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the committee for hearing my testimony. I hope you forgive me. I'm going to refer to my written notes quite a bit. It's very personal to me, my testimony, and so the best way I can communicate with you. I'm from Derry, by the way. My mother-in-law, Kathy, suffered from Lewy body dementia. For those who aren't familiar with the disease, the symptoms are basically a combination of Parkinson's disease and dementia. My father-in-law, Les, had to make the dreaded decision to place her in assisted living when he could no longer physically care for her at home, and eventually she was placed in a nursing home. For 4 years, every day, Les spent 3 to 4 hours by Kathy's side, coaxing her to eat, drink, move, remember, and advocating for her. He was the first to notice a rash, a red eye, loss of appetite, and would make sure the staff knew that and that her needs were promptly addressed. Her son, my husband, would bring her favorite desserts that she would devour herself, and when she couldn't feed herself, he lovingly would shovel it into her mouth as she joyfully gulped it down. Her oldest daughter would pray the rosary with Kathy, an important ritual to the devoutly Catholic woman. Her younger daughter would bring her twin little boys to visit, and Kathy's eyes would light up as all her grandchildren were her pride and joy. As she continued to slip farther into her illness and became nonverbal, it was hard to know exactly what went on inside of her brain, but the routine of visits from her family and the daily loving care from her husband never stopped. I'm not sure she knew that Les was her husband any longer by the end, but one thing I knew for sure was that he was her daily comfort. I witnessed, up until the last time I saw her, that she would consciously reach out and hold his hand or finger and would become relaxed by his voice when she became tense or agitated. With a phone call, that routine and comfort stopped when guests were no longer allowed in her facility due to COVID restrictions. Kathy lost the loving care and comfort she received from her husband since they were teenagers. The implication of the sudden, indefinite ban on visitation has had a profound impact on our family, especially my father-in-law. He has tremendous guilt about not being able to care and comfort for his wife of more than 50 years. He feels the vows he took to her and God to protect her and care for her in sickness had been broken. Kathy passed in April of 2020. We were lucky that her facility had an end-of-life room, the converted hair salon, where for a couple days the family could say goodbye. We couldn't help but wonder if her swift decline from March to April was helped along by the complete abandonment of her family. Certainly, she had no comprehension of COVID or visitor restrictions. Did she miss her husband's gentle care? Did she worry why he didn't come anymore? We don't know. But those thoughts haunt her husband and her children. It certainly has had a profound impact on Les's memory of Kathy. He holds enormous guilt that he wasn't there when she needed him the most. His grieving process has become complex as he is grieving the loss of his beloved wife and grieving being denied physical comfort to her. They were nearly inseparable since they were kids. My hope by the passage of this bill is that no one shall have to endure the inhumane practice of complete alienation of parents in healthcare facilities ever again. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Questions? Seeing none. Representative Erica.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the Senate Health and Human Services Committee. I rise today to speak to you a little bit about the process of how this bill made its way to you here in the Senate. We had agreement that patients should be able to see their loved ones, and there need to be reasonable precautions because sometimes having them in the room, perhaps if they're coding and the family members just can't handle it, would be contraindicated. So that's protected within these rules. Our biggest point of disagreement, though, within our committee was where this law should fall, whether it should be in the Patient Bill of Rights or if it should be in the licensing statutes. We placed it in the licensing statutes for a very important reason. The Patient Bill of Rights already includes the rights of a patient who's terminally ill to have visitors, but those rights were denied. These past 2 years have been incredibly trying, and I know that our hospitals and all of our healthcare providers have done the best that they can with all of the uncertainty around them in trying to best manage their health, their patients' health, and everybody else within the facilities. But we saw people that had to be transferred into hospice in order to see their loved ones, even though there may have been some other way to allow them in those dying days. By placing this in the licensing statutes, there are teeth to this. It does provide an enforcement mechanism if a hospital does not provide these policies. But I believe that we've also been very fair in how we address these policies. It simply requires the hospital be transparent and have the policies listed on their website and on the patient wall. It doesn't say what the policies need to be, but simply that before somebody goes into the facility, they're aware of what that policy will be so that they're not surprised at the last moment, so that they aren't blindsided by a policy that they aren't expecting, and so that there's also clarity for the healthcare providers. If there's a rule saying that if you do this to interfere with care, you will be removed, and it's on the wall, I'm sorry, gentlemen, but you want to be with your wife, but you have violated this rule. We need to ask you to leave. That actually will go to diffuse a lot of the potential situations that will happen because when loved ones are sick, it's already a heated situation. So I ask that you pass this. I ask that you keep it in licensing. And I ask that our hospitals be allowed to continue providing excellent care. And I ask that they simply keep some transparency in these policies so that they, the nurses and the other providers, aren't surprised by what happens in patient care. Thank you.
Brady Cohen?
He just stepped out to use the restroom.
Come back.
I agree with her. My name is Leslie Russell. I'm from Salem, New Hampshire. I just wanted to support the people that were speaking and go on record that I support it. It happened in my family where my sister-in-law died alone in a nursing home Christmas Eve. I've worked in assisted living, and after 2 years of this, I have just really been upset. This is cruel. It's abusive. It's inhumane. And I am so happy to be here today to give my support for this bill. Thank you.
All right,
Is that
thank
okay?
you. Any questions? Seeing none? Did we get Brady back? No? All right, well, we'll continue on when they do come back. Is that? Brady? Owen? You signed up to speak? All right. Okay. We get to check your box off anyway here, you know? NHHCA. Teresa. Yeah, I know.
Am I on if it's red?
You're on.
I'm on, thank you. Good morning, gentlemen. Teresa Rosenberger from Bernstein Shore, and I'm here representing the New Hampshire Healthcare Association, the nursing homes. And a couple of issues that I just wanted to raise with this. The nursing homes, as you know, take Medicaid, and they are predominantly their paying sources predominantly Medicaid. We have to follow the CMS guidelines. So I just want to make sure if you're going to pass this bill that you are sure that it doesn't have any issues that would conflict with the CMS guidelines. And as you know, they changed. They've changed a number of times during COVID. At this point, the guidelines are to be sure you can allow people in unless there's some really medical reason not to. The other thing I would like to testify about is in the amended bill, if you look at Roman numeral 2, it talks about facilities, including nursing homes, and it says, you know, an adult who's admitted to a hospital, residential care, nursing facility, or rehab shall have the right to designate someone to be physically present when the adult patient is receiving hospital care. You don't receive hospital care most of the time in a nursing home. You do receive medical care. And there are certainly doctors that come in and nurse practitioners, et cetera, and do care in a nursing home, but you don't receive medical care in a nursing home. So our nursing homes are open now. You can come in. We really feel it's really important to have family with you in a nursing home. You don't need to feel isolated. You need to be what you need is really important. So, and as much as we can and as quickly as we could, adhering to the CMS guidelines, we opened the doors. And originally, when this was going on, we had people meet their family outside. We took people outside. I'd be happy to answer any questions. The other thing I would say is if you're going to pass this, we would like, I think, the Hospital Association prefer it going to the Patient Bill of Rights and not the licensing statute, particularly with some of the language here that has a little bit of conflict.
Okay.
Thank you.
Questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Great, thank you.
Roseanne?
Thank you, committee chair. Thank you, committee members. For the record, my name's Roseanne Chester. I live in Bedford, New Hampshire, and I'm here today because this little girl, this 24-year-old girl, cannot be here to speak for herself. She went into the emergency room on April 20th, 2020, because she was having a hard time with headaches and she had been sick for a month. She finally agreed with her partner to go into the hospital. She went into the emergency room. Her partner was not allowed into the emergency room. However, there were 8 people in that emergency room waiting for critical care, not masked, but her partner was not allowed to go in. She was not an appropriate historian because she was suffering from bacterial meningitis that had been undiagnosed. She collapsed in the parking lot of the hospital, was transferred to a different hospital, and put on life support for 4 days so her organs could be transferred to people in our state. I'm here to speak for her. What happened to her is abuse. What happened to so many other people in our state over the last 2 years is abuse. It's abuse, and we're hiding behind the fear. And it's time to stop hiding behind the fear. There is nothing that is going to prevent us from being completely safe, ever. So it's time for our people of our state to start paying attention and look at these faces. Look at these faces. I can show you tons more. She did not die from COVID-19. She died because of the situation that was put in place to keep us all safe. What about her 4 kids? One of them that was less than 2 months old when she passed away. What about her husband, who is living with the fact that maybe if he could have gone in with her, she would be with us today? It's time to start taking care of ourselves and not being afraid, because the bottom line is, as long as we live in fear, we will never be free. Thank you.
Questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
And I will be taking a copy of this and sending it to your email so that you have her face to remember.
Alderman Minahan is next. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, Paula Minahan, Senior Vice President, State Government Relations for the New Hampshire Hospital Association, representing all our hospitals. We do have concerns about this bill, and as stated, it would establish in state law specific hospital visitation requirements with limited exceptions. So in reviewing the bill with our hospitals members, we all understand and obviously fully appreciate the challenges that individuals have faced, especially during the pandemic in the last 2 years, when we wanted to be with loved ones that were being cared for. The hospitals have learned a lot in the last 2 years here in New Hampshire and nationally regarding how hospital visitation policies can impact families wanting to be with their family member in the hospital. Unfortunately, due to the nature of the pandemic and the lack of personal protective equipment early in the pandemic, among other reasons, the hospitals had to limit visitors for their safety as well as for the patients they cared for. Their visitation policies were modified to ensure patient, staff, and visitor safety. Since then, however, many changes have been made to allow for visitors and designated caregivers to be present under many circumstances. In addition, visitors have always been allowed to be present when a patient was at their end of life. Hospitals also have allowances for maternity, labor and delivery patients, pediatric patients, disabled patients, and outpatient procedures. So the federal CMS, Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, conditions of participation require hospitals to have a visitation policy. So that is not anything new. They have had one and for years. The current policies that have been developed are developed by compassionate clinicians and individuals at our hospitals. The hospital's individual policies are established with clinical input of infectious disease specialists, hospitalists, emergency room doctors, etc. They've been designed to balance visitor access, safety of all involved, and sharing of compassion and support for patients while they're at the hospital. Of course, visitor policies may vary slightly by hospital for reasons such as visiting hours, and then all policies are posted on their websites. So the hospitals have always had visitation policies, always have posted on their websites, have developed these with consideration of clinicians and certainly with patients and visitors and staff in mind. So I just wanted to be on record stating that. What our hospitals are asking is that they are afforded the ability to implement visitor policies that provide the needed flexibility while balancing the very important needs of patients to have visitors and caregivers by their side. I have been told during the most recent COVID surge, a hospital had to adjust their visitor policies twice in 1 week to address the surge, as well as the high demand for inpatient care for non-COVID patients. It is difficult to legislate that type of flexibility. In addition to other federal requirements, such as Occupational Safety and Health Administration, OSHA, that require screening of every single person that enters a hospital. If a visitor is ill, for instance, the hospital is not required by federal law to let them in. The hospitals need to be allowed to adjust their visitation policies quickly depending on a change in circumstance in their hospitals or in their community. There were, as stated earlier, numerous work sessions on this bill in the House Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs Committee, where all of these concerns were raised and discussed. And I appreciate that they did hold those work sessions. They were instructive. A minority amendment was considered that takes these concerns into consideration. That amendment was drafted by ranking minority member of the committee, Representative Lucy Weber, who also served as chair of the subcommittee that considered these changes, and that would move the language of the bill to the Patient Bill of Rights, which we believe is more appropriate as it makes the focus on the patient, which I think we always have to remember, and you've heard me say this more than once, it's all about the patient, and it is, and the other patients that are in the facility. If the committee decides to move forward with this bill, we ask that you amend the bill to accommodate these changes that we have outlined, and I'm happy to work with the committee to provide the necessary language to amend the bill to address the hospital's valid concerns. And thank you for the opportunity to provide comments.
Thank you. Questions? Senator Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question, Paula. Teresa brought up a point that Teresa Rosenberger that I had not really thought of. And for the hospitals, are there any, not just CMS implications, but are there JCO or accreditation conflicts between what's in this? And I know JCO is very, that's the Joint Commission.
Right.
Is very specific on many issues. Is there anything in the accreditation process that this might conflict with?
Not to my knowledge, because again, they are required because of the conditions of participation under CMS to have a visitor policy. I suspect what the checklist requires when they come in, Joint Commission, or when CMS is doing that for some of the hospitals, critical access hospitals, or DNV, which is the other accrediting body. They look for they say, what's your visitor policy, and they review it. And then they make sure that you have it. Because it's not a state law or federal law, it's just CMS conditions of participation says you must have one.
Thank you. Really quickly, are there adequate protections in this bill for other patients? You know, many of our hospitals still have 2 patients in a single room.
Right, right.
If one were to have COVID and the other were, that wouldn't happen. But if there was something that the hospital was concerned about, and is there enough flexibility in this to allow for that in the visitor policy?
That is why we believe, thank you for the question, that's why we believe it should be in the Patient Bill of Rights, because it should be about the patient. And if in fact the individual cannot have a visitor if they're sharing a room for whatever reason, then that needs to be, the reason is because it's about the patient. So we do not believe it belongs in the licensing statute. And there is some document, they added in the majority amendment that was passed, I believe it was 11 to 10, that passed, that you need to document in the medical record the denial of the visitor, and then upon the request of the patient, this is in line page 1, line 17, 18, 19, 20. They need to add the reason for the denial in the medical record, and then upon request of the patient or the patient's representative, if the patient's incapacitated, shall be provided the reason for the denial. So that is definitely more burdensome, and where that's not obviously how the process works now, because we don't have a state law relative to this. And I'm happy again to share the language of the amendment, which takes much of this and just puts it in the patient bill of rights. Does not have that section, does have the posting, does have the PPE, does, think the piece that was.
I think that we can defer that to working with Senator Sherman offline. Any other questions?
Just one follow-up, if I may.
Senator Avard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Paula. I appreciate your testimony.
Sure.
Just with regards to CMS policy, I wasn't clear. Is that from the feds or from the state? Who creates these policies?
CMS is the federal condition, Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, conditions of participation, which all hospitals that accept Medicare and Medicaid services must follow.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Additional questions? Thank you very much.
Thank
Courtney from Dartmouth Hitchcock.
Good morning, although I think we're approaching afternoon pretty quickly. For the record, Courtney Tanner, Director of Government Relations at Dartmouth Hitchcock. First, I just want to start off by saying that on premise, our providers acknowledge and appreciate the importance of family and caregivers especially during hospital level care. Caregivers' input is invaluable to our providers, and so I just want to I can't underscore that enough as I testify. As such, we have a general rule that we allow for visitors, and when we need to curtail visitation, it is certainly the exception to that general rule. Any decision to curtail visitation policies is not made lightly. It's done by an interdisciplinary committee that throughout the pandemic we have convened to adjust our visitation policies as needed. And again, I want to underscore that when we could reinstitute full visitation policies, we did that. It's very important to our providers. The visitation policies, when they were curtailed, there were a number of factors that were considered, including the level of community transmission and the potential risk to the healthcare system. When visitation policies shifted, either at the hospital level or in inpatient clinics, that was done to protect our patients and our providers. We have some concerns with House Bill 1439 as it passed the House. I won't reiterate what Paula just mentioned, but first and foremost, we are concerned about the level of flexibility that the House bill has passed may or may not afford our patients and our providers as we need to flex visitation policies. We also have some concerns about documentation requirements. Again, I'm not going to repeat what Paula said, but as was testified, there is a requirement in the current House bill to post the changing visitation policies on our website. We do that at Dartmouth Hitchcock Health, but there's also a posting requirement in each room. And so that could be administratively burdensome if we have to change posters and physical posters in rooms. Second, we have some concerns about charting. There's a requirement to chart visitation changes in the patient's medical record. Right now, there's no standardized way to document the same message or note across patient charts for patients that are admitted at a point in time. We also have some questions about the charting writ large. Do we have to ask every single time that there is going to be a visitor in the room, or do we need to document the patient's choice of that visitor or just denial? So there's a lot of questions and concerns around that Section 7 of the bill. Finally, I just want to circle back to the top of my testimony. As a general principle, Dartmouth Hitchcock supports and champions visitation and family involvement. We ask that the committee consider the minority amendment that did not advance in the House. While we don't believe this bill is necessary, we do believe that the amendment would strike a balance between providing voice to the patients and who have implicit rights to visitors. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. That's the last one I have on the bill.
to address just a couple of the points within that, or should I follow up on?
We have 4 more bills to go, and we're already over. Yeah.
Understood, that's why I remember. Thank you so much.
The next hearing is on House Bill 1241. As soon as you're ready, Pam, you give me the high sign. Oh, he is already, okay. So, do we have the prime sponsor? Come on up. Welcome.
Hello. Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Tom Lanzara, representative of Nashua Ward 1. Coming before you today on behalf of my constituents, I appreciate the opportunity to present House Bill 1241, an act prohibiting a school district from mandating a COVID-19 vaccination for school attendance. I present this bill with the vaccination to, prohibition to, present this bill with a request to add RSA 1898, the section for limitations and additions by creating RSA 1898A, prohibiting the mandating of COVID-19 vaccination. No school district shall mandate that students have a COVID-19 vaccination in order to attend school. This bill does not seek to remove or impede any family's right or ability to vaccinate their children. It simply allows for that decision to be again made by the families and children in concert with their physicians, not by the schools as a requirement for their attendance. Thank you.
Questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
I was just going through the list looking for representatives, I guess, but several of these have signed up with not wishing to speak. Are there any representatives here that did sign up to speak? Okay, then. Michael Padmore? Padmore, excuse me. All right, well, we'll come back to him afterward. Lester Russell, LES, looks like an L. Okay. John Chamberlain.
The evidence I'm presenting today is in an email to you, along with an abstract, so that mentions the attachments that are provided. I'll just briefly summarize the contents of the abstract. Before I start with that, I thought I'd describe a brief anecdote about vaccines you might find kind of interesting. Before 1970, it was a common experimental procedure in infectious disease laboratories to do what was called a serial infection. And what that means is, this was with respiratory viruses, is they would take the virus and they would apply it to a ferret. Ferrets acquire respiratory viruses in the same way that humans do. And then the ferret, of course, would get a cold, and they would wait 30 days for the ferret to recover, and they would take the exact same virus and give it to the ferret again. And the ferret would get the cold again, and then they wait 30 days and give the ferret the cold again. And they found that you could give the ferret the same cold over and over and over again. And this was a standard experimental procedure before about 1970 in laboratories all over the world, including the United States. And And based on this, it was widely considered by researchers before 1970 that the immune system was not involved in what's called the adaptive immune system is not involved in the response to respiratory viruses because of this exact experimental procedure, which was widely done and widely performed. And of course, you probably have never heard this because around 1970, the drug companies sort of discovered that it might be profitable to start selling vaccines for respiratory viruses. And of course, the process of serial infection kind of seemed to disabuse that those would have any effect whatsoever. So what happened is all that, they simply stopped doing that procedure. I mean, in the last 30 or 40 years, I'm not aware of a single experiment or funded research, government-funded research that has ever involved serial infection, even though it could be an important and standard part of experimental procedure for investigation of infectious diseases. This is a textbook that's used like at Harvard and Yale and other important medical schools. It's Clinical Immunology by Rich. It's an 11th edition. It's a very standard textbook. It's over 1,000 pages of extremely dense and technical information about immunology and the history of clinical immunology. In this textbook, nowhere, not in a single page, is serial infection ever mentioned, ever, in this book. And so the reason why I'm bringing up this anecdote is to point out that you think of science and medicine as being this sort of very objective, rational process. But in fact, it's subject to very intense political and financial pressures. Drug companies and doctors make hundreds of billions of dollars on vaccines, and they will not willingly do anything to jeopardize that revenue stream. And that's why we don't find any mention of serial infection procedures in this textbook, even though they're extremely relevant to research. So that brings me to my evidence. So the first piece of evidence I provided to you is documenting that financial beholdenness that, for example, the FDA has. The FDA receives over half of its total revenue from drug companies in the form of what they call user fees. And you can find the budgetary documents attached that describe that. Secondly, it's getting on to the effectiveness of vaccines. I would point out that the availability of COVID-19 vaccines has not affected the spread of infection. I mean, if we simply look at the number of cases over the last 2 years, the first year of which there was no vaccine and the second year of which there was, there's been just as many cases in the second year as the first year, even though we've had all these vaccines. So that in and of itself seems to call into question the efficacy of vaccines. And this point is further emphasized in my third piece of evidence, which is a graph, which you can see right before you on the abstract, showing the mortality in the United States that's the total mortality, meaning everybody who's died in the last 10 years. And if you look at those mortality statistics, you'll see a big jump up in 2020, which is attributed to COVID-19, and the total mortality is 3.39 million people. And now, of course, in 2021, all of a sudden, and we've got vaccines in 2021, so what should we expect to see? We should expect to see a decline in mortality, because what does the CDC and all of the drug companies tell us? The vaccine stops serious illness, right? That's what they claim. It prevents serious illness. Well, if I would guess, I could consider death to be, serious. But yet in 2021, we see that there are 3.4 million deaths in the United States, which is actually an increase over the number of deaths in 2020. So just from a layman's point of view, what we would expect to see is a decline in mortality, not mortality to continue just the same way it was. So they're saying, oh, here are these great vaccines that are saving us from COVID-19. Why aren't we seeing that in national mortality statistics? They're right there in front of you. Finally, I want to point out that if the vaccine was harmless, I might not be here today. If I thought that vaccines were just simply a nostrum that made people feel good, if somebody wants to take water, let them take water, and think that it's going to save them. But the problem is that vaccines are not necessarily harmless. In some cases, there are constituents or components of vaccines that can be dangerous or have side effects. And this can be especially the case for children or adolescents. And that's what brings me here today is that I'm concerned that these COVAX vaccines, if they're being mandated to children, they could have harmful effects on children and particularly on adolescents. And I've attached a paper discussing this to the email that I sent you. And the problem, there's several possible side effects of vaccines, but the one that seems to be most prevalent is what's called carditis, which is an inflammation of the heart. And many proponents of vaccines have sort of poo-pooed this concern by saying, well, the number of reported cases of carditis is very small, in the order of several thousand per millions of vaccines. And the problem with that excuse is that the VAERS, which is the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System on which they're basing these remarks on, is widely understood by epidemiologists to be underreported. In other words, physicians are it's a voluntary system and it takes work to report to VAERS. So physicians are often very reluctant or simply are too busy to report adverse effects to VAERS, or people have adverse effects that don't even come to the notice of a physician. So everyone realizes that's an epidemiologist that VAERS is a highly underreported system. So in actuality, we really don't know how many people have had carditis from vaccines. What epidemiologists do say is that the proper use of VAERS is as a comparative mechanism. Instead of looking at the absolute numbers, what they typically do with VAERS is they compare different vaccines to one another, because they figure that the underreporting factor is the same for all of them. So they use it as a comparative tool rather than as an absolute number tool. However, if we look at those comparative numbers, we can see that the incidence of carditis is very elevated, especially in the adolescent group, the age group of 12 to 15 years old. And it's not understood exactly why, but athletes and very active people seem to be much more subject to it. And since adolescents in that age group tend to be very physically active, they're on sports teams and doing sports, they can be working their heart very hard, and apparently that makes them more susceptible to carditis. So it makes me concerned that a school would be able to mandate a vaccine that could potentially cause this serious side effect. Carditis is a permanent damage to the heart. If you get it, it will affect you for the rest of your life, and it can...
I think that we need, because of the interest of time, we need not to go into that.
All right. Well, I think you've understood my point. Yeah. Thank you.
All right. Questions? Thank you very much. I did find a couple of reps on here. The first one was Erica.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Representative Erica Leon from Derry. I think the most important part of this bill is that it doesn't restrict the Department of Health and Human Services. It restricts school districts from making their own public health policy. I know that my district isn't set up to make decisions about the clinical effectiveness and any risks of COVID vaccination, and they should not be the ones setting those policies. Looking to the language, it says no school district shall mandate. If this comes down from the Department of Health and Human Services, I believe that would be an entirely different story as they follow the childhood immunizations requirements. We heard testimony in our committee on House Bill 1633, which would have required COVID vaccination in the schools. The department testified that there was no agreement at this point about whether it would be beneficial to require COVID vaccination for school children, and that any effort to do so at this point would be premature. When our public health experts are not at consensus, there's no reason to task our school districts with this type of public health policy when they already have other important policies to put forward. So I'll take any questions.
All right, thank you. Questions? Seeing none. Representative Gay. Okay. You get a check mark then. Okay. Mr. Padmore. Again, we're going to get a twofer.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Mike Padmore, and I'm here on behalf of the New Hampshire Medical Society as their Director of Advocacy. And I also have with me Dr. Melissa Duxbury, who I'll allow for her to introduce herself.
Hi, I'm Dr. Melissa Duxbury. I'm currently the immediate past president of the New Hampshire Academy of Family Physicians. I'm also a 20-year family physician in Hudson. I'm currently at Dartmouth-Hitchcock, but I'm here as a family physician. My daughter is immunosuppressed, so I am fully vaccinated. She is fully vaccinated, but I choose to wear a mask to protect her. So I just want to let you know.
Just speak up when you...
Oh, that's not usually a problem. I just didn't want to hurt you with my voice if I was too loud, as most of my patients will tell you.
Go.
So I'll just say we don't believe it is good policy to prohibit schools from requiring vaccines that they feel are critical to maintaining the health and well-being of their student population. When a child goes to school, it is the responsibility of that school to keep that child healthy while they're attending school with them. I do want to make a note of what Representative Land had just mentioned about referencing the Department of Health and Human Services. If we pass this bill, and then at some point in the future, the department did declare that this would be one of the possible required vaccines that a school could choose, my understanding is this bill would then prevent those school districts from adding that as a requirement. So I think to summarize my points, I would just like to say there was a previous bill, Senate Bill 288, that the Senate turned into a study committee to look at the department's process around requirements for vaccines. I would hope that this committee would defer to that committee and not pass this bill. And I'll conclude by answering any questions that you might have.
Apparently Senator Sherman does have a question.
Just one for the good doctor.
That's why I'm here.
Thank you. And I'm not sure if this is your specialty. It's certainly not mine, but we heard in prior testimony, I just want to set the record straight that myocarditis is always a chronic condition that does not resolve. That's not my understanding, but I wanted to...
It is not. So myocarditis is generally self-limited. Statistically speaking, most myocarditis will resolve on its own, which is why he had said something about often patients do not even know that they have it. It is treated often with indomethacin or ibuprofen. Majority of cases, and actually I would like to set this record straight, that statistically speaking, patients who have COVID are actually at a higher risk of myocarditis than the vaccination, and that is well documented.
Thank you.
Just to set it straight for you.
Needed a second opinion.
Okay.
All right. Additional questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. And we'll go down to Dr. York. When do you want to go? Anytime?
Gary York from Hopkinton, New Hampshire. I would not completely agree, at least from my reading of medical literature, about myocarditis not being a problem. I think it is a problem.
Well, right now, this bill isn't on that, so.
You're right, you're right.
I want to keep it back to vaccine. I let it go a little bit, but
yes,
we're not going to debate what myocarditis is and
right.
the treatment of it.
Thank you for reining me in. I think this is all about medical freedom. People have the right, all New Hampshire residents have the right, parents of children have the right to refuse medical immunization from their kids. There's no reason for a school district to require, in any circumstance, a vaccination which every New Hampshire resident would be forfeiting their medical freedom. So I fully support this legislation. Thank you.
For the record, that was Dr. Gary York. And we'll call on the department. I usually like to hold them to last, but, you know.
Senator Gray, members of the Senate Health and Human Services Committee, for the record, my name is John Williams. I am the Legislative Director for the Department of Health and Human Services, and with me,
Anne Marie McCurry, Immunization Section Chief. Thank you.
The department is in opposition to this bill, and we do want to point out our agency did engage the Department of Justice to get an articulation to confirm our understanding that the Department of Health and Human Services, New Hampshire Department of Health and Human Services, is vested with the authority to do the mandating as under the statutory authority that we have in existence. Currently, either under the Department of Education, New Hampshire Department of Education, or for school authority units, they do not have any specific authority to mandating immunization. So our main point here was to clarify that authority. I thought that Representative Leon did a very nice job on our behalf and probably saved us a little bit of time. But we also had some other comments we'd like to make around this legislation.
I think, John, you said it all, but as far as the department is concerned, currently there are 17 diseases, including COVID-19, that are recommended during childhood and adolescence by the National Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices. However, not all vaccines recommended for children are required for school and child care attendance. Currently, only 12 of the 17 vaccinations that are recommended are required, and I just wanted to confirm and clarify that the department does not have any intention of adding a school immunization requirement for COVID-19 at this time. The department does, however, recommend COVID-19 vaccine for children 5 years of age and older, as vaccination of students offers an additional layer of protection against COVID-19 and can be an important tool to return to normal. Higher levels of vaccination coverage can lead to less community transmission, which can protect against development and circulation of emerging virus variants. The current scientific knowledge around COVID-19 disease and vaccine is evolving. As such, the department has not reached a consensus to recommend a COVID-19 requirement at this time. Should a consensus be reached in the future, the department would examine key criteria, including but not limited to vaccine efficacy, safety, severity of disease, likelihood of infection, and method of transmission prior to making any such recommendation. Any administrative rule processes to adopt a new school immunization requirement would also involve feedback from the public pursuant to RSA 541A:11. Thank you.
Did you need a break? Okay. Questions? Dr. Sherman.
Just a quick question. Just clarification, John. So you're saying that what's covered in this bill, no school district shall mandate, that they don't have the power to do that anyway, according to the Attorney General?
That is my understanding, yes.
Additional questions?
Yes.
Senator Avar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just in the considerations of all those, that list that you gave, as far as whether they should be mandated or not, I noticed that you didn't talk about the side effects. If there are side effects, where do you get that information from?
That would be included with the vaccine safety, which is one of the key criteria that I did include, sir. Thank you very much.
Additional questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I've got a duel on here, Julie Smith and Allison Dyer.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
If you want to.
Kate Fry.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Kate Fry. I'm the Vice President Advocacy at New Features. I'll be extremely brief because all of my comments were just said before us. I originally was perplexed by this bill because I didn't understand how the school districts would have authority to do this anyway, since adding vaccines or changing the schedule is completely under the authority of 141C within the department. So I think all the points that were said earlier were mine, and I were opposed to this bill just because I don't think districts would have that authority.
Okay, questions?
And I must have missed something. Who has the authority?
My understanding, it's the Department of Health and Human Services, as you heard, under 141C.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next on the list, L. Spencer. Not.
Be outside.
Is there anyone left outside? Because I've got an L. Spencer, and then I had the other one that didn't answer up.
Might be Louise.
Smith. Okay. Come on forward, I guess. No, not. Laura.
Good afternoon, Senator Gray, other senators. My name is Laura Condon. I'm from Bedford, New Hampshire. I'm the New Hampshire Volunteer Director of Advocacy for the National Vaccine Information Center, and I support House Bill 1241 that would prohibit COVID-19 vaccine mandates by school districts. And I just want to make one point here before the committee today, is that COVID-19 vaccines are already being required of children here in New Hampshire. And these are children in foster family households that are under the age of 21, where a foster child is in the household that's under age 6 or has any sort of qualifying medical condition. And this was imposed by DHHS rule HEC 6446 on June 5th, 2020, whereby they required all recommended vaccines recommended by the ACIP, the AAP, and the AAFP. So, and COVID vaccinations are now required there. So it is good to see a bill that will protect some children from these vaccines, because on the record here in New Hampshire, we have no children who have died from COVID-19, but it has been reported that 2 children have died following COVID vaccinations, including a 15-year-old in my own town. So I urge you to support this bill. Happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And that was the last one. We'll close the public hearing, and in just a minute, we'll start the public hearing on 1495. Okay. And we'll welcome the prime sponsor. He was here before. Are you going to be the prime sponsor
I will
instead?
be introducing it, yes.
All right, we have a substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. This bill started off as a very large and broad-ranging bill. And we trimmed this down in our committee to basically say that New Hampshire won't be Boston or New York City. This doesn't put any restrictions on what any private business does. What this says is that the state and its subdivisions, so actually, yes, the state and the subdivisions shall not require any business to require the vaccination of any customer or employee, except as required. And it exempts anything that is under the enforceable Medicaid or Medicare condition of participation. We heard testimony about people who in New York City were denied the access to McDonald's. And we also heard about how this echoes in racial disparities because minority groups are less willing to be vaccinated because of some unfortunate abuses in the past. If you pass this bill, it doesn't restrict what private companies do. It just simply makes it so the state cannot force companies to enforce the state's laws. It makes it so that the companies will not have an unfunded mandate in order to be the strong arm of the state in order to force vaccinations. So I hope that I can have your support on this bill, that we can have your support on this bill.
Okay. Question?
I don't want to leave you all by yourself. I got to go shortly.
You can hold the fort. I can hold the fort, and we do have the recording of this, and anyone who is missing any parts can come back and get it. But I'm sure that Cameron will do an excellent job on the report, and that won't even be necessary. And I don't have any questions, and he didn't say he had any questions. So, oh, you do have questions? Oh, you don't have questions. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative Gay.
Again, the issue, excuse me, Betty Gay, Salem. The issue that we discussed at great length was the difference between prohibiting a business from requiring a vaccine or prohibiting the state from requiring a business. We decided, I think it was pretty well accepted that businesses, we think, have the right to require vaccinations, but the state doesn't have the right to require the businesses to require vaccines. So we were trying hard to maintain the rights of businesses as well as the rights of people. That's it.
Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony. And well, I guess we'll go to the department next.
Senator Gray, for the record, John Williams, Director of Legislative Affairs, and thank you for allowing me to come before you on HB 1495. The Health Policy Committee in the House did a good job of getting the bill to a place that we feel comfortable. However, there were just a minor amendment that I would like to bring to the attention of the committee. Thank you. And I probably should retain at least a copy of it, but I can commit it to memory. It's literally adding a comma prior to the conjunction of the word or in a sentence, and then adding the word a as an article of speech, so it makes clear that there's a distinction between medical facilities and providers or providers. And that is the totality of our commentary. We thank you for your consideration and certainly would welcome any feedback from either the House or the Senate on that proposed amendment before you exec out on the bill. Thank you.
Okay. Questions? All right. Nick Hubbard.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. My name is Nick Hubbard. I wanted to come talk in support of the bill today. Over the past year, a lot of employers, retailers, and other institutions have chosen to require COVID vaccination as a condition of employment or of doing business with them. They have the right to introduce these requirements. People who feel safer surrounded exclusively by the vaccinated can leverage their property rights to make sure they associate only with those people they're comfortable with. And those of us who feel safest by remaining unvaccinated against COVID have the same rights. Allowing us to exercise those rights permits large communities of people, many of whom will inevitably have different values and hold different perspectives, to coexist alongside each other. I'm not going to take the COVID vaccine, and a lot of people I love and care about aren't going to take it either. We've made our decision, and we're not going to be convinced into receiving a medical treatment we've decided is too risky to accept. We're working our way through the options available to us because of that decision. I've only sought out jobs that won't require me to be vaccinated. I've watched my friends face uncertainty about their careers as their employers decided to implement vaccine requirements. It's made things difficult, but at least it's been possible. We can still figure things out as long as other people are permitted to deal with us if they want to, and that's the most we can reasonably ask for. Right now, the market is doing its job. We're able to find solutions that work for us, and people who feel differently are living their own separate lives. If this bill passes, people's freedom to make their own decisions can continue providing for everyone's different needs, preferences, and risk assessments. Thank you.
Questions? Thank you very much for your testimony. Leah Cushman?
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, fellow senators. My name is Leah Cushman. I represent Ware and Deering, and I'm on the House Health, Human Services, and Elderly Affairs Committee, for the record. I believe most of what needs to be said about this bill has already been said. It doesn't put any restrictions on businesses to do business as they see fit. The important piece is that government does not dictate the way that businesses are conducting themselves down to a level as this. And there is the exception for the Medicare and Medicaid conditions of participation, and I have no issue with the amendment that Mr. Williams brought forth. I think it's very minor. It doesn't really change the intention of the bill or what the bill does, and I just hope you'll support it. Thank you.
Questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Roseanne?
Thank you, committee chair. Thank you, committee members. I am in support of this bill. Bedford, New Hampshire, Roseanne Chester.
If you would, please.
What's that?
Say your name.
Yeah, Roseanne Chester, Bedford, New Hampshire. Sorry about that. I am in support of this bill. We have someone else I brought with me today. His name is Matty. He died 24 hours after his booster. He was an emergency personnel within our hospital systems. You will hear lobbyists talk about the 14,000 people they represent. This is a real person. This is a real person. He died less than 24 hours after having his booster shot. They say he had a heart attack. He was 34. No previous heart conditions whatsoever. The other thing I will tell you is I've started paying a lot more attention to what goes on here in our state. And I am appalled at what I see from the people that are paid to come here, not you folks. I really appreciate you, okay? So please, don't take this personally. But I created a ghost phone number. So someone can call me anytime, and the number that comes up is this phone number. I have now, in the last month, I have over 293 people that are working in our hospitals that said, we got the vaccine and we're scared. But we did it because we couldn't afford to not take the vaccine. So I implore you folks to start thinking about the real people, the Maddies, the Pages, the Charlies, that a 15-year-old that died in my hometown. Think about them and stop thinking about the lobbyists that are coming forward and saying that they represent the people or the hospital associations, because I'm telling you, I'm hearing that they don't. Thank you.
Thank you. More questions? Zach?
Hello, thank you for calling me. Zach Tuba. I work for a company in Nashua, New Hampshire that has some government subcontracts. After the executive order 14042 was signed in September 2021, that required federal agencies to contractually require certain federal contractors to implement COVID-19 workplace safety measures, including a vaccine mandate with no testing option, I began to receive what I would characterize as threatening emails from our HR department, and of course all of the other employees have as well, letting us know that they have no choice but to comply with this mandate. And I spoke with the federal mandate, that is. I spoke with our HR department, and they made it clear that this is not something that they wanted to do. This is not a decision that the business made, something that the business decided they wanted to implement on their employees, that their hand was forced, and they said, sorry, we have no choice. We have to comply because the government is requiring it. And while we are not a direct government contractor, many contractors and subcontractors some higher tier contractors sought to impose the mandate on their subcontractors, even in circumstances in which the higher tier contractor was not legally or contractually required to do so, and that some subcontractors voluntarily agreed to abide by the mandates, even though they were not legally required to do so. And the only thing that saved me from being fired personally, and some of the others who work with me in Nashua, New Hampshire, was that there were enough court cases that came up, and that subcontractor vaccine mandate was enjoined nationwide, which is the reason I'm still working and have a job today. So I realize this is talking at the state level, not federal, but I think a lot of that carries over here and applies. We can all recognize that businesses should be able to make these decisions. If a business wants to require that for their employees, that's up to the business. I'm not contesting that. But the state of New Hampshire should absolutely not make that decision or force that decision on them. So I'm in support. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? No questions? All right. Louise Spencer, we asked for her in the last bill, didn't get a response. Okay, she had to leave. All right. So we'll mark her off. Laura, come on back. All right. That's the last one I had on. Oh, apparently I have another one on this one. Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thomas McLeod from Mount Vernon, New Hampshire, representing Health Freedom New Hampshire today. I just want to briefly point out what is already in our statute at RSA 141C1A. It reads, every person has the natural, essential, and inherent right to bodily integrity, free from any threat or compulsion by government to accept an immunization. Currently, no person may be compelled to receive an immunization for COVID-19 in order to secure, receive, or access any public facility, public benefit, etc. This bill prohibits the state from, it's essentially an implementation statute for what we already have in law. And it doesn't really add anything, it doesn't require businesses to do anything in particular, but it does put a limitation on the state, which is already in law. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Seeing no questions, public hearing is closed, and we will open the next public hearing on, looks like 1495. Or no, that was 1495. All right, 1035. And apparently the prime sponsor is here.
I am, Senator.
All right. I got to get the high sign from, oh, he's good to go. So you're good to go.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you for taking my testimony. My name is Representative Tim Lang. I'm a three-term rep in House Representatives. I'm currently the chairman of the House Fish and Game Committee and also serve on the House Ways and Means Committee. I bring before you House Bill 1035, just to understand the process that happened over in the House. This bill passed the committee on a 20-to-1 vote out of the Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs Committee. and passed on the House floor with just a simple voice vote. This bill, while starting out much larger originally, was narrowed down to just a simple edit of the current law. And under the simple thing it does is it takes away the notarization requirement when a parent requests to have their child exempted from vaccines in schools. You can sign your child up and spend, in my district, $21,000 for an education, and you don't have to get notarized anything, but however, if you ask for an exemption for some reason, require parents to go chase down a notary and get a form signed. So it's a simple house cleaning bill as far as I'm concerned. It takes away that hurdle in front of the parents and allows for a more seamless process. And I'm happy to take any questions.
All right. Do we have any questions? Apparently we don't.
Thank you very much, Senator.
Gay.
Thank you. I just am here to support every simplification that we can legally get so that it takes the burden off parents to protect their children from medical interventions that they don't think are necessary. So this bill was made simpler, and it still does help. So thank you much.
All right. Thank you. Do I have any other representatives in here? I'm still going through the list that wanted to testify. Okay. Dr. York. And I know he's going to remember to say his name at the beginning of this.
Gary York from Hopkinton, New Hampshire.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am in complete support of this bill. If I did have children of school age currently, I would definitely not want them to be vaccinated. Children have very little serious side effects from the flu-like illness that is traveling around lately. And the best immunity that children could receive is natural immunity. That is to say, catching the virus. And as a parent, I would not want my children to be exposed to an emergency use authorization jab. So as a parent, I would need an exemption, and it need not be a religious exemption for which we have no religion, and it need not be for a medical exemption for which there may not be a pre-existing condition, but it shall be for a conscientious objection, and it shall be granted. And I fully support this bill. Thank you.
All right. Seeing no questions? Leah? She's all set. Okay. The department. Did I see you signed up? No. Yes.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Patricia Tilley. I'm the Director of the Division of Public Health Services.
And good afternoon. My name is Anne Marie McCurry. I'm the Immunization Section Chief for the Public Health. We are here today to provide information relative to HB 1035 as amended. HB 1035 as amended removes the requirement that a parent's request for religious exemption to immunization required for school attendance to be notarized. The amendment of HB 1035 removed language related to conscientious objection that was originally included when this bill was introduced. This action is a positive measure to preserve New Hampshire's high vaccination rates among children, which in turn protects children and communities at increased risk of vaccine preventable infections that can lead to significant illness, disability, and death. The department does not have any indication that removing this notary requirement on a religious exemption form will significantly impact this rate. Thank you.
Thank you. public hearing, and we'll open the public hearing on 1606. Believe it or not. And we have the prime sponsor here on 1606.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, committee members, for taking my testimony. My name is Representative Tim Lang, Belknap 4, three-term state representative, chair of the House Fish and Game Committee, chair of Ways and Means Committee. I don't think that's changed in the last 10 minutes. I bring for you House Bill 1606, just as understand the process. This bill, while originally larger in statute, ended up being cleaned up in the House HHS-EA committee. It came out of that committee on a 20-1 vote as amended. There was a voice vote on the House floor. I did submit to all the committee members an amendment to this bill. In the amending process over in the House, we kind of got a little messy with our language. And I think we talked about 3 different registries in the amended version. If you look and if you have it with you, it was amendment number 2022-1317H, which again, I emailed to all committee members earlier. And we basically clean up the language. We made 6 changes within the bill. In the original bill, again, we talked about the first change was on line 6, where it says only actually administered vaccines shall be recorded in the vaccine registry. We changed the word vaccines and vaccine to immunization, which is actually what the chapter of law that authorizes the immunization registry. That's the title of it. That's the name, the actual name of it in RSA. On the next line down, line 6, again, I changed the word vaccines to immunizations in that amendment. On line 7, again, this was just a little typo mistake when people confuse vaccines, vaccine registry, immunization registry, and vaccination registry. On line 7, where it says a patient or a patient's parent or guardian, if the patient is a minor, may receive a printout of all, we didn't mean to say vaccines, because we don't really care what the number of listed vaccines that are listed in the database. What we really want is to allow the patient to get their immunization records. So that was changed to immunization records on line 7, where the word vaccine is. And then down in the section B, again on line 10, we changed the word to immunization consent form, not a vaccine consent form. And on the last sentence of the bill, line 12, we talk about a vaccine registry again. That was just kind of messy language that got dropped in there, and we changed that again to immunization registry, which is consistent language with the RSA. So that being said, we'll talk about why this bill was brought forward. As I'm sure this committee is aware, in 2018, New Hampshire passed a new constitutional amendment about the right to privacy for our citizens. In that constitutional amendment, it's specifically it's Article 1, it's Part 1, Article 2B, and it's titled "The Right of Privacy." An individual's right to privacy to live free from governmental intrusion to private or personal information is natural and essential and inherent. So given that new change that over 80% of New Hampshire citizens voted for this particular program within the state, didn't have a clean provision to let citizens know that that their data was being collected. So this bill changes that and makes citizens completely aware that their data is going to be collected. You'll notice nowhere in the Constitution does it say except for public health purposes. The mere fact that the citizens have a right to privacy, and I can't think of, there's very little more data that I think is more private than your medical data. And so this bill just strictly allows a patient to be informed that the state's going to collect their data and give them a choice to opt in or opt out of that. It's a clean provision. I will tell the committee, and I had a conversation with DHHS, I do think maybe the effective date needs to be pushed out a little bit because it'll be a little bit of work for doctors' offices and DHHS to prepare for this. I wouldn't want to see it pushed out too far, but I would recognize that that's probably a practical reason and amendment that needs to be changed as well to give them time to implement easier. With that, again, I'll take any questions. I will remind that the governor's office has said that he would support an opt-in registry in previous statements. And I'm hoping this bill is a path forward that he would agree with.
Okay, questions? Senator?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question. So this bill, it would be a big change, right, with DHHS and the current registry that's building. So I'm wondering why it didn't go to finance. Do you have any sense about why that happened?
So again, the issue with DHHS, again, is depends on how you view this. The immunization registry was put into law in 1998. For over 25 years, they never acted on it. They finally decided to act on it last year, the year before. I can't remember, it was the end of 2020, I think. And when this went through, there was no fiscal note because in theory, at a doctor's office, the decision is made whether or not to forward the information to DHHS by this bill. So DHHS shouldn't change their process. They're just going to get either through an EHR and HL7 interface kind of thing, data from a doctor's office that says this person's opted into the registry, here's the registry information, they just process it like they normally would. A doctor's office without an opt-in would not be sending the information, so there's nothing for DHHS to do.
Okay, thank you. I'll probably ask the same question to DHHS. Thanks.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator.
Do you have a question? Or, yeah, I got it right.
Thank you, Senators.
Hit the button if you would. All right.
Thank you, Senators, for having me again. I apologize. For the record, again, my name is Leah Cushman. I serve on the House Health, Human Services, and Elderly Affairs Committee. I'm speaking today in support of a House Bill 1606. I was part of the working group, bipartisan working group that came up with the final amendment, and I absolutely agree with Representative Lang that it could use some cleaning up. The process of sausage making can get messy. And so really the important thing that I want to say about this bill and why we need it is to really not make it so people have to fight for their constitutional right to privacy, not make it so that people can be tricked into giving it up. We heard testimony in committee from a pediatrician from Bedford who basically said, well, when we frame a question as if there's no choice, we get more participation. And I find that rather manipulative, and I think that the department's use of the opt-out was never directed by the law, and that it's unconstitutional because we're gathering data without always providing an opportunity to truly opt out. I fully support that only vaccination administrations will be recorded in the registry, mainly because the whole purpose of the registry is to keep a record of the vaccinations, and discussions about them or declining of a vaccination puts us into some area that we should tread lightly with people's information. I don't think that the absence of a vaccination should be in any government database. The part for the patient on line 12 and 13 was, what does the patient get out of it? Well, they can have a printout right there of everything that they've done, of all the records. So it will serve the people and not only act as a reservoir for data for the state. Final point, just wanted to speak to your question, Senator, about DHHS. Currently, the way that it works is in a workflow in a physician's office or where this happens, is they're required, the provider who offers a vaccination or has a conversation is required by rules to inform the patient or the parent or guardian that there is an opportunity to opt out of the registry, that this information will flow into it unless you opt out. So DHHS doesn't have any work to do on that, and it would be the same for opt-in. It happens at the provider-patient level. That's where the buck stops. So if the patient says in the provider's office, no, I do not give consent, then the record just never gets sent to DHHS, and DHHS is none the wiser, and it doesn't change their workflows or anything, because this all happens before information gets to DHHS. Now, the withdrawal that we heard the bill on earlier today, that is something that is done internally within DHHS.
Seeing no other questions, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And Representative Erica Leon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Erica Leon, representative from Derry. This is actually the carrot we spoke about earlier on House Bill 1478, where we talked about withdrawal. That other bill was about withdrawing from the registry with a notarized signature, and there was concern that people would leave the registry because they don't want that information there. In this bill, not only did we make clear that the patient or parent needs to either opt in or opt out, we've added that benefit of participating in the registry by allowing a patient or the patient's parent or guardian, if the patient's a minor, may receive a printout of all the immunization records in the registry upon request from any provider authorized to use the registry. That's a huge benefit going to summer camp or anything else. And I think that that's going to have a lot of people want to participate in this system. This provides important safeguards that were intended at the time of implementation of this. And I hope that this can be a straightforward process, but if there's any questions or any work to be done, I'm happy to work with you.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Seeing none, Representative Gay.
If we could just install this real super efficient method to the House of Representatives, life would be a lot easier.
Your turn to talk.
Okay, number one, this we have the ups because of the changes and how to put in data into the registry. It doesn't add any more work to the people actually maintaining the registry because everything is done in the doctor's office and the people are given the information immediately. You check it off. They make up their own forms. We didn't do that. You just say whether you want to be registered or not when you get a shot. If you choose not to get the shot, that's also not recorded, which in the past, that was a proposal. So that was one of the changes that we made. And the account of how many vaccinations, one of the members, we have really great Health and Human Services Department with committee with many skilled people on it. So one person is the head of a pharmaceutical association, and he explained that the state, in trying to determine how many people get vaccinations, they already know because they keep records as they replenish what the doctors are giving out. So he said, they still have that data, even if people opt out of sending in their personal information. So I thought that was nice that we have records without being tied to people's personal information.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Seeing none, we'll call the department. Yeah, we got to drag the chair again.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Committee. My name is Patricia Tilley. Again, I'm the Director of the Division of Public Health Services. And once again, we have Anne-Marie.
Anne-Marie McCurry, Immunization Section Chief. Thank you.
Sure. I'll take the lead on this one. So good afternoon. We are here to oppose HB 1606 as drafted. As you know, the Immunization Information System is a critically important tool for the department, for providers, and for families to ensure that we accurately account for the safety of vaccines, and so that providers and families have an accurate and complete record of their vaccine history, regardless of where they've received vaccine. States throughout the country have determined that opt-out rather than opt-in processes are easier for providers and vaccine recipients, and they are secure and more cost efficient. Our current opt-out process was developed with bipartisan support over time, and it is easy to implement. The bill as written creates technical challenges. The opt-in, opt-out language by administration is untenable with our current system, and it will provide significant challenges for providers. Our current IIS vendor has informed the department that they cannot support a system that complies with this bill as written, specifically for each administered vaccine language. The short, oops, I'm sorry, I can't even read my own writing today. My glasses are bad. And the other issue that the sponsor noted is that the short-term turnaround for the effective date would be almost impossible, would be absolutely impossible for us to meet if we needed to re-procure with another vendor or build a new system. So thank you. That means we would also potentially have to scrap that system we've just built, re-procure, redevelop. And this will be a significant expense, as you've seen on the fiscal note. It will also be a significant expense to our providers in the field, and we anticipate that some health systems will perhaps choose not to participate in providing vaccine for children, which would impact the vast majority of families in the state that wish to protect their children from vaccine-preventable diseases like measles, mumps, varicella. So we urge the committee to consider the significant fiscal impact and the risk of incomplete data that is used for critical clinical decision-making. And we'll turn it over to Anne-Marie and see if she has anything to add.
I think I'll just clarify as far as why the problem with opting in or out for each individual vaccine exists. Currently, under our system, when a patient wants to participate in the IIS, the complete immunization record is sent. So anything that that provider has documented on file would be transmitted to the IIS. This language of this amendment is unclear as to whether they are consenting for each individual vaccine dose to be sent or not sent. If we need to go ahead and do that and stop all vaccines from coming and only permitting certain selected vaccines from coming into the system, that would require significant modification of our system because we would have to be working with the providers who are also monitoring and modifying their own EHR to ensure that fields were created specifically to be able to comply with the language of this law. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, we have a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question. I actually don't see a fiscal note on this.
There was one submitted.
We submitted a fiscal note. It would be a significant financial impact. We've estimated upwards of $45 million to completely redo a system.
Do you mind sending that to the committee?
We will send.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Seeing none? Oh, it looked like you were wanting to say something.
I just wanted to clarify also that that $45 million estimate was a cost over over 5-year period for the development of a brand new system. Currently, our system that we're paying for with our vendor is a already established system that we are sharing costs with 15 other states and jurisdictions. So we would no longer be able to have that cost savings with the new system.
Follow up?
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Just so I'm clear, so it was 45 million over 5 years, and that it would be that expensive because there isn't sort of an existing system that we could just sort of plug into. The vendor would have to build a completely new system to comply with this.
Correct. Correct. As you know, most states in the country have the system that we have right now of opting out, not and opting in. And in specific, as Anne-Marie noted, there's just some technical challenges with the language of this law.
Seeing no additional questions, thank you very much. Paula Minahan.
Here, which one are we on? 1606?
We are on the last one, 1606, yes. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, Paula Minahan, Senior Vice President, State Government Relations with the New Hampshire Hospital Association, representing all our hospitals as well as specialty hospitals, which represents about 42,000 employees. The Hospital Association is opposed to House Bill 1606. This bill does change the current process for submitting information to the state vaccine registry from an opt-out to an opt-in. We do have concerns that the opt-in process will be cumbersome for both the individual and the healthcare provider, creating barriers to producing a comprehensive immunization record for individuals and impede sound clinical decision-making if healthcare providers cannot rely on complete information for their patients. In the interest of time, I'm going to just skip a little bit of my testimony. I just explained what the purposes of the vaccine registry are, which I think Ms. Tilley and Ms. McCurry did a good job explaining that. And as they stated, if the vaccine registry were to be set up solely as an opt-in system, healthcare providers would be required to ask the person each and every time a vaccine is administered if that data would be added to the registry. As a person could receive vaccinations at many locations, physician offices, pharmacies, school-based clinics, community vaccination sites, hospitals, long-term care facilities, urgent care, home care, etc. The time and paperwork needed to document and opt in at every single point of vaccination would be overwhelming for the individual. And a check of person's active opt-in answer would need to be put into place by all healthcare providers before any data could be shared with the vaccine registry. The current program or law, is set up as an opt-out. And this structure does require the provider to ask a person their preference once, documented in the person's medical record, and set up the data submission system to exclude that person if they choose to opt out. Otherwise, the data is transmitted regularly and a systematic and efficient flow of data can be maintained. While it's true that someone does opt out of the registry, that person's information will be non-existent, it would be incumbent upon that individual to maintain their own records and share the necessary data with their healthcare provider. The key to any decision about a registry is ultimately utility. Any database, regardless if it's vaccines, medical records, vital records, and the like, must be viewed as an important tool in the toolbox for healthcare providers and individuals alike. Why would we choose an opt-in registry that would create an inefficient, incomplete system that could not be relied upon as a useful tool? Clinical decisions could be hampered, important vaccines missed, vaccines could be administered more than once because of the uncertainty of whether they were done due to lack of documentation. I sent you, and I can send this electronically, but I gave you some links to some important resources that I think are helpful regarding the IIS system, but I also printed them off for you for your ease of review. We want New Hampshire to develop a stable, reliable, and comprehensive vaccine registry that can be used by and for healthcare providers and individuals. Our hospitals and healthcare providers have been advocating for years to have a functioning vaccine registry in our state as a reliable tool. We ask that no changes be made to the registry structure before it can even truly get off the ground. We did survey our hospitals about this bill and the amendment and how they would impact them economically. And while the fiscal note that Ms. Tilley referenced is for the state, and that certainly warrants more review by finance, I would think. This did not go to finance, by the way, in the House, even though it sounds like there is a significant financial impact. However, for the hospitals, the community hospitals, the additional cost is also significant, almost $500,000 for a small health system, and a larger health system would have over $1 million a year extra cost to implement what we believe is an inefficient and ineffective system. I question the appropriateness, I guess, of that and why we would go down that path. I know that there's a fundamental difference in belief relative to opting in and opting out, but we strongly support opting out, and we do not support this bill, and we ask you to find it inexpedient to legislate. I'm happy to answer any questions.
I think Senator Raybart has questions.
Thank you. I have a couple, if that's okay. And
Sure.
Be brief. And it's
Sure.
basically about the history of the registry. Did that start in the executive branch or in the legislative branch? And how much did that cost to set this up?
I think that's a better question. Sorry for Ms. Tilly. I can't answer that question.
Okay.
I'm not the department, as you know, so I'm not sure.
That's all I needed. Thank you.
Okay.
Additional questions? Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Courtney Tanner.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Courtney Tanner. I'm the Director of Government Relations at Dartmouth-Hitchcock Health. I will not repeat what Paula Menon has said, although I echo her testimony. I just want to underscore a couple of her points. We really do believe this vaccine registry is a tool in the toolbox for providers. In that vein, you will in your inbox find a written testimony from Dr. Keith Loud, who is our chief physician at Dartmouth-Hitchcock Health Children's Hospital, the state's only children's hospital in the state. And his testimony underscores the importance of a vaccine registry for the pediatric population. I also want to note that our providers across the span of the system have been working to implement this vaccine registry. Implementation and administration of this registry has not been easy. We're the last state in the nation to set up an immunization registry, and our providers see the value in that and have been working really hard to stand that up. That interdisciplinary team includes pop health, pharmacy, pediatrics, nursing, information systems, and more as we think about the complexities of standing up this vaccine registry so that we can ensure pediatric vaccines for our patients. So I'm not going to repeat testimony that's already been said, but I am happy to take questions.
Senator Avard.
Thank you. And again, a brief question. I wasn't here for earlier testimony, so I don't know. Is this registry 1,000% hackable proof? Can people hack this registry?
Senator Avard, I am not an information specialist, so I do not feel confident answering that in any
I'm
way.
batting zero here. Okay, thank you.
However, I'll just note that, I don't think anything is 100%.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, Senator Chairman, we have a question.
Thanks, Courtney. Just quick question in sort of follow-up to Senator Avard's question. Do we not already have registries in the state, like the Prescription Drug Monitoring Program, that have patients' names and actually have medications prescribed and much more history than you find in a vaccine registry?
Yes, and the cancer registry would be another example I would point to, Senator, yes.
Thank you.
Additional questions? Seeing none, thank you. JR? Did I see JR?
We had some discussions.
Okay. Dr. York.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gary York from Hopkinton, New Hampshire, members of the committee, thank you. Any attempt for a registry of any kind to assemble personal data gives me the creeps, and especially medical data. This is my information, and I don't want to share my medical information with anyone without my permission. I think the current, I should say, the opt-out proposal or the automatic registry that's happening now doesn't give me a chance to opt out of that. The proposal for the opt-in, the opt-out should not be the default proposal because this is my information. So I think a resolution where you have an opt-in or an opt-in, opt-out is the best solution for this. And we've heard from representatives before that, again, this is unconstitutional. This is private medical information. We've heard testimony that from the lobbyists saying that the current registry would be easier to maintain and less expensive, but what price medical freedom? Is it 10 million, 45 million? I think it's priceless. You can't put a number on it. So I would fully support this bill if it is amended that would allow choice and not automatically go into a registry. Thank you.
Questions?
Yes.
Senator?
Thank you, doctor, for taking my question. I assume, since you're a doctor, you've worked with the medical record. And do you realize that the current system actually does have an opt-out, and that that decision has to be documented in the medical record?
I must, full disclosure, I'm not a clinician, a physician. I'm a pathologist by training, so I'm not familiar with clinical practice in that respect.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no other questions, thank you. Dr. Chapman?
Senators, I'm Steve Chapman. I'm a practicing pediatrician, and I'm here today on behalf of the New Hampshire chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics and the 300 pediatricians that we represent, and also on behalf of the New Hampshire Medical Society. For reasons that I'll talk about, but primarily because it will create unnecessary paperwork and problems for clinical pediatricians and family medicine docs, we strongly oppose this bill, New Hampshire House Bill 1606. All 50 states have vaccine registries. They are not radical, and the standard of care is to have an opt-out immunization registry, such as what we currently have in the state of New Hampshire. Opt-out registries are not a burden. Families appreciate them, that's my experience, and it reduces red tape and paperwork on our end in the clinical practice. There are only 4 states in the country that have opt-in registries similar to what this bill would create, and they're problematic in all 4 states. Texas, for example, has a current bipartisan effort to change back from an opt-in registry because it costs the state money, it inconveniences families, and creates excessive paperwork and red tape for busy clinicians. Our current opt-in registry works well. There's a lot of effort and a lot of thought that's been put into it, as it does in the vast majority of states. When I see a new patient, I give them the option of opting out. I welcome them to the practice. I talk about the choices that they'll have and how I'll support them. And when we talk about the vaccine registry, I, as in all the pediatricians I work with and that I know of, all the practices in the state of New Hampshire, offer them the option of opting out. And it's an easy one-time discussion. Families already have this choice. They're offered it, and it is built into the workflow. I would estimate, though, that close to 90% of families want to be included in the registry, and this opt-out workflow works really well for them. When I see a new patient, I need to know what their vaccine history is. Without a registry, families need to call up their old practice and have their records faxed to us. This takes time for families, ties up our secretaries who could otherwise be answering patient calls, and limits the face-to-face time I have with my patients. I think we've all been frustrated by the minimal amount of face-to-face time and the paperwork that we have to fill out that gets in the way, and this bill would create additional paperwork getting in the way of that. Without a functional registry, if old records are unavailable or lost, kids sometimes get unnecessary duplicate vaccines. A vaccine opt-out registry addresses this inconvenient inefficiency. This bill, as I read it, currently requires families must be asked if they want to opt in or opt out at every vaccination. That is onerous and will cost a lot of staff time for something folks have already made a decision on. Finally, and perhaps most importantly, is when we see children in the emergency department or when they need to be admitted to intensive care, the vaccine information is crucial. And if it's unavailable, it can require additional testing to find out if someone really is protected against tetanus or pertussis, and it could cause significant delay in definitive care. Opt-in registries tried in other states, as is being proposed here, have created significant barriers
for the vast majority of families who want to be included and limited the usefulness of having a registry in the first place. I urge you to let's learn from the experience of other states. And I urge you to call this inexpedient to legislate. This is the phrase that I've learned. As a practicing pediatrician, what we have works well and gives families the choice that this bill would purport to create.
Questions? Dr. Sherman?
I guess I'll ask for two questions. The first one, and unfortunately I wasn't here for the department presentation, but we have seen outbreaks of measles in California and in the Bronx, I believe it was. And the vaccine registry in both of those cases was really important in terms of identifying who has not been vaccinated so that you could protect them. Is that one of the reasons why having the opt-out form and having a more robust database, is that one of the reasons why that's important?
Yes, absolutely. Of course, families and kids have the right to choose what vaccines they get or not get. But in the case of an outbreak, measles, which is much more contagious than COVID, and we know that there have been outbreaks around the country. Were there to be an outbreak of measles in New Hampshire, a vaccine registry would allow us to identify those families or those kids who were out at risk and reach out to them to see if they were interested in becoming vaccinated.
Quick follow-up. We also had at UNH a recent outbreak of mumps. And it was interesting because my understanding is that virtually all of them came from the same part in terms of where they grew up of Massachusetts. And so is there an ability in a registry to follow the lot that was actually given and to look back and do some epidemiology on maybe there's others at risk of inadequate vaccination status if it can be traced back?
I believe that that's the case. I would, to definitively answer that question, I would need to consult with my colleagues in the Department of Health and Human Services, but I believe that that is the case.
Great, thanks.
Seeing no other questions, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Duxbury.
I'll put this on, but often rarely need it. Again, I'm Dr. Melissa Duxbury. I'm a physician. I'm currently here actually also as the representative from the New Hampshire Academy of Family Physicians, which I've been a member of for 18 years. I'm also here from the New Hampshire Medical Society. I come to you today as a true family physician. I started here as someone who was in the hospital, out of the hospital, at baby deliveries. I have cared for thousands of patients from birth to death. I've guided them through a pandemic, and I think I can give you a realistic view of what this bill has for unintended consequences. A state registry is really important, and I personally have had a recent experience with this. After 19 years, I left one hospital, went across the street to another hospital. How hard can that be? It's one place. I've had these patients for 19 years. Not one pediatric vaccination record came across correct. They had switched from one centricity to Epic. I know you look at me. I did not believe this would be true. Everyone in my office will tell you that it's true. All of my patients will tell you that it's true. I looked at that and I said, I know you got those vaccines. I gave them to you. I know which room you got them in. So thankfully, these patients and I know each other, and I could call over and say, pull it up out of the old chart, out of your old thing, send it over and fax it to me. And I was lucky that I know these people and they would do that for me. But it's very important to have a correct vaccine record. I would not give any of these kids, particularly my college kids who are trying to get their meningitis vaccines, said, look, I want to get the right record. I don't want to give you an extra vaccine you don't need. But I will tell you from personal experience, a correct vaccine record matters. We also, and they talked about this, about they're getting them from other places now. So again, a correct vaccine record matters. And I understand the concern for privacy. We live in a state, live free or die. However,
Opt-in will not achieve any improvements in privacy. For this state, it will only add burden to financial and workforce. When I discussed with my office coming here, I have about 29 people in my office. I took a little poll. 29 out of 29 people from the front to the back think this is a bad idea. I asked my nurses, many of whom had impressive words to say, and I decided I'd taper them down. One said, we go over this extensively already. Any patient who's concerned opts out. Why would anyone make us do this for every single vaccine? They clearly don't understand what we do. Another said, we already have so much to do. Why would our elected officials think that this was a good idea? And the last one, and this one is edited, you have to be kidding me. As for opt-in versus opt-out, there are currently a significant shortage of nurses. I guarantee you, all of you have called our offices and waited till the later afternoon to get a call back. We're busy. You know it. We know it. In my office, there's 4 nurses for 6 providers. Some days, only 3. This is common now. We're all short-staffed. We all know it. A 2-month-old requires 6 immunizations at that visit. This will require 6 opt-in questions. This is how this will go. DTaP, diphtheria, tetanus, and acellular pertussis. Do you want to opt in or opt out? Hepatitis B, Hep B we call it. Opt in or opt out? RSV, respiratory syncytial virus. Do you want to opt in or opt out? HIV, Haemophilus influenza. Do you want to opt in or opt out? PCV13, pneumonia. Do you want to opt in or opt out? IPV, polio. Do you want to opt in?
Doctor.
I don't think you do. This is what has to
Doctor?
happen. Okay.
Thank you.
And 6 separate filling out of forms for both electronic medical records in the registry. If you assume 2 minutes by nurse to each question and click an immunization at a minimum, you're now at 12 minutes to register the vaccination. That does not include the 5 minutes to discuss what the registry is and 10 minutes to withdraw and document the vaccination in our electronic medical record. That is now 27 minutes of a nurse's time to perform a task that is essentially also not reimbursed. That will be at, I have, by the way, 25 minutes per patient. The parent cannot go to daycare without that list, and someone here said, we'll hand them that registry. All of that has to be put in before they can walk out. They will not walk out with that shot record. It has to be in by the nurse. This is true for every 2-month, 4-month, 6-month, 12-month, 15-month, 18-month well child check. It is also true for every 4 and 5-year-old, every 11 and 12-year-old, and every pre-college form. If you're a pediatric or family medicine practice, you are going to now ask us to add 2 to 4 hours to our day. Is the state going to fund this? Will the state pick up the cost for extra staffing and nursing? Do we really need to add cost to the healthcare system? We're already understaffed and overburdened. This bill has significant unintended consequences and does not achieve any increase in privacy. Many of my patients have chosen to opt out. I absolutely respect that, but it's one question, one time, opt out. We inform them at length. They choose to opt out. I absolutely respect that. It just makes opt-in at every vaccine just makes this harder on us, harder on the nurses, harder on the staff. Who will, and the other part of that is with each vaccination, how many are going to be, sure, put in my varicella, but don't put in my tetanus? I encourage you to consider the undue burden on the patients and the staff and the people. So the kid gets their vaccines and mom needs that to go to daycare tomorrow. I'm not going to be able to do that. Put people before politics. For me, this is a government overreach. This is people coming in, changing the flow of my practice. This is people coming in saying, this is really not going to be a burden to you, who don't sit in my office every day, who don't know how the flow of my practice is. I took a poll yesterday of my 19 patients. 18 of the 19 thought that the opt-out worked it fine. One of them suggested opt-in would work.
I'll rule you out of order if you
Sorry.
don't listen to me.
Sorry.
Okay? This is my court.
I apologize.
This is my office.
I
okay?
apologize.
I think that we need to get to the bill.
Okay.
And stick, I've given you almost your 25 minutes, so,
Thank you.
Please.
I apologize. I'm done. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You mentioned that all these particular vaccines, opt-in or opt-out, but I think the last time I visited a doctor's office, I was asked a whole host of questions. Do I have a headache? Do I have this? Do I have that? Do I have this? And it was just a quick check mark saying, no, yes, yes, pain here, pain there, pain no. Are you saying that they can't do the same thing with the form? And the follow-up, Mr. Chair, if I may, that way you can answer it all real quickly. How is it verified if you've opted out that you've been opted out? I mean, where is the confirmation for the person to know specifically that there wasn't a clerical error with regards to the opt-out and you're actually in it and you don't know one way or the other? But for the first question, with regards to the vaccines, you went down a whole list. Why can't that be done on a simple piece of paper?
Because you have to go in something called Epic, and so each person, you'd have to go opt in or opt out, like each person, so you'd have to ask each question, and then you'd have to do it through each click. It would take longer through Epic, and just to be brief, in the top right of every chart, when I open it, it says opt out right on the top. It's very easy to see.
Thank you.
So.
Dr. Sherman.
Thank you for your testimony. It was very helpful. With each vaccine, you have a responsibility to talk about potential side effects and what to watch for in the next 24 hours. Is that not correct?
Yes, and we do.
And you do that?
Yep.
This bill would add, for every single vaccine you give, the opt-in component. So you will have to ask for every single one and then document that. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no additional questions, thank you very much. Kate Fry. And Doctor, if you want to submit your written testimony, you would give it to Cameron.
Good afternoon again. My name is Kate Fry. I'm the Vice President of Advocacy at New Futures. I'll be very brief, and I have written testimony that I leave with all of you. We are a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization that works to collaborate, educate, and advocate for health and wellness of all New Hampshire residents. We support public health policies that decrease illness and diseases and ensure equitable and efficient broad distribution of vaccines. Therefore, we do oppose HB 1606, which would make the vaccine registry opt-in. Registries are confidential, population-based, computerized databases that record immunization doses. They offer an opportunity for confidential, secure, centralized, immediate access to immunization records for providers. They can help identify gaps, as was brought up earlier, and are also very helpful to families to keep track of this information as well. They also prevent unnecessary duplicate vaccinations and save time for individuals and families with accurate records. Our understanding is that the amendment would even be a more administrative burden than the original bill because they would need to opt in for each vaccine, as you heard earlier. New Hampshire was one of the last state, or the last state, to have a registry, which is a tested and standard tool for fighting preventable disease in children. It's not the time now to weaken evidence-based public health practices. So we urge this committee to vote this bill inexpedient to legislate.
Questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Dr. Holly Mintz.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for having me. Hard to go near the end, so I appreciate the opportunity to get to share what I have brought to share with you this afternoon. Again, my name is Dr. Holly Mintz. I am a pediatrician. I have been a pediatrician in the state of New Hampshire for 25 years, and I'm currently serving as Chief Medical Officer for Outpatient Services for the Elliott Health System. I'm here today in an attempt to help you all understand the negative consequences of passing HB 1606 in our state. As a pediatrician, I speak for my profession that our goal is to provide high-quality care in the right place, at the right time, that is the most cost-effective and allows for the optimal patient and provider satisfaction. There have been many legislative rules that have been passed that certainly has made this a challenge. The need to provide an electronic medical record has been and continues to be an expensive endeavor, but allows for patients to have access to their medical chart and allows providers to easily access records and important information to provide the highest quality of care to patients. There is now integration with every pharmacy in the country so that if a prescription is filled for my patient anywhere, I have a record of this. I can look this up, and I'm required to look when I have the ability to follow up with them and ensure that I have the accurate information. In addition, I'm required to look in a registry when providing any controlled substance in an attempt to increase patient safety and prevent opioid abuse. The electronic medical record, as well as all of these registries, are expensive to maintain and a lot of manual work, but we recognize the importance for patient care. Immunizations are a critical part of preventive medicine, and this information is vital to have when caring for a patient. When a new patient presents to me without medical records, I have no idea what immunizations they have had or what they need. Children cannot attend school without an updated record, and this is usually requested by the documentation of this is requested by the primary care clinician. If you're fortunate and the patient has been with you their entire life, you have an accurate record. But this is certainly not the case as people move, change providers, and or lose their records. It's impossible for me to understand how best to prevent the patient from devastating communicative illness without this information. This allows for missed opportunities and errors if a family cannot correctly recall the immunization history, which is practically impossible because you've heard in prior testimony how many immunizations we give. Patients are seen in the emergency room on a regular basis with no immunization record, and tetanus shots are given if needed without the appropriate information. There's multiple duplicative immunizations given because the records aren't available. There's now an opportunity to receive immunizations at all of the sites that we've heard about, pharmacies, school clinics, et cetera, which is wonderful for patient access and choice. But their medical home is often not aware that the immunizations were received. I realize the debate here is not whether or not to have a registry, but whether it should be an opt-in or an opt-out. Here's what we know. Programs that are opt-in have a far lower percentage of participation than opt-outs. In fact, we've been studying this at our practices. We have 4 pediatric practices, and over the past month, 2 practices have been using an opt-in workflow and 2 practices opt-out. The entire opt-in workflow has been incredibly confusing and has caused much consternation, and the participation rate has been 47% of opt-in, while the opt-out is 82%. Now, these numbers were much different, and across very similar socioeconomic classes, the opt-out option is much easier for our families to understand and for us to instruct and describe. Studies have shown, and this has again been spoken about, that opt-in requirements frame consumer choices that lead to less than optimal data sharing. You're probably familiar with a study performed in Texas back in 2010 that the cost of opt-in and opt-out registries is dramatically different. The cost of the opt-out in registry was 12 times the cost of the cost of the opt-in registry was 12 times the cost of the opt-out, and the price per child was increased by 700%. The resources that could be used in other areas are very hard to come by and would be vitally needed and they would be utilized and are vitally needed in other areas of healthcare. The other important factor to consider is the strain on the workforce in the practices. I am a bit, I guess I'm somewhat dumbfounded and surprised by comments that were made earlier about how easy it is to implement these programs and practices. It is not easy. It is an enormous strain on our workforce. We are aware that staffing in the medical field has been incredibly challenging. The work involved in an opt-in program far surpasses the opt-out. It takes time away from other important medical surveillance and frankly continues to contribute to the ongoing burnout in the medical occupation. Our staff have become technicians for calling for immunization records, gathering information from schools, and have been forced to participate in missed opportunities or duplicative immunizations for important aspects of healthcare due to the difficulty of obtaining these records. As a clinician, I want to provide the highest quality of care to my patients in the most efficient manner. I plead with you to reject HB 1606 in our state. Allow for providers to have the advantage of the highest participation possible to enable accurate information about our patients' immunization status, which is just as important as being able to access every other aspect of their care. Please do not allow us to take a step backward. The fullest participation possible in a program allowing providers to access the most up-to-date information for immunizations is important. We're so fortunate to live in a country with such great access to care. I've spent time in countries where people carry around tattered immunization cards that are difficult to read, and we are past that. We should be able to provide our providers and the patients when they want it with the most up-to-date information to allow for appropriate assessment, appropriate treatment, and eliminate missed opportunities due to the lack of data. We need to allow our healthcare providers and staff to focus on all aspects of caring for our patients. I thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions.
Questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Dr. Smith.
Thank you, Senator Gray and the rest of the committee. I don't have a lot to add. I am speaking on behalf of the New Hampshire Public Health Association. Just for the record, I'm a volunteer advocate. There's no orange badge here. I've been advocating for about 7 years now, and I've been retired for a little more than that from primary care. The nightmare that is not having complete immunization records for the physician taking over care is something that I am intensely familiar with in the years when I was in practice. Fortunately, I got to join a community health center after about 8-9 years here, and didn't have to deal with it personally. Just staff had to be trying to track down records, and people got extra immunizations because those couldn't be found. As to the whole business of why anyone needs to choose every time, it could be done, but why? And it just doesn't make sense to me. And I think there is right now, after all of the controversy about COVID in various ways, some intense suspicion of public health efforts. And this seems to be driving people not to understand how important some of this stuff is and how hard it is to do it well. And the lack of an immunization registry in this state and some other states back when I was in practice just were complicating things in unnecessary ways. And I want to bring one other thing into this. I spent in community health center a lot of time taking care of immigrants, including ones who may have been undocumented. We never asked. And so the DACA children, if their parents, paranoid about being discovered, might have felt every time they were asked, this must be some way that they might find me, that could really have inhibited public health, not just the medical conditions of those particular children, but the ability to prevent contagion in the community. So I think, I would strongly urge an ITL for this, but if that's not possible, you've heard a lot today. I don't know if you can assess it adequately if you're not ready to ITL it. And so maybe a study committee would be, excuse me?
We will not be executive.
Right. And I would just suggest when you're executing it that you think about a study committee if you are not ready to ITL it. Thank you.
Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And there's just been this looming question over my head and you brought it up, so I thank you for bringing it up. But with regards to the undocumented, we know that there are about 16,000 every day crossing the border. Hundreds of thousands, if not millions, have crossed our border in the last year or so. How is that affecting? I can't imagine that they're all part of this registry, and I can't imagine if they're even immunized as typical Americans are. How is that affecting our country and this data of those who are immunized and not immunized?
I can't answer the question, number one. And number two, I don't think it's germane to this bill. What I'm trying to point out is that contagion, because we did, as I pointed out, we did when I was at Manchester Community Health Center, we did not ask whether people were documented. We gave medical care. If you are worried about whether you're going to get somehow referred to the immunization, whatever it is, ICE, the enforcement arm, then maybe you're not going to be so ready to say, sure, you can put this in there, and then these kids will get to an age where they're...
I think that we're getting a little far from the question.
I do think so too.
You've given us the information that you were able to.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Additional questions? All right, thank you. Laura Condon?
Good afternoon, Senator Gray, committee members. My name is Laura Condon. I'm a volunteer director of advocacy with the National Vaccine Information Center, and I'm here today to testify in support of House Bill 1606, as ought to pass to ensure that the state vaccination registry is a voluntary opt-in program, as the legislature had intended when this law was adopted in 1998. And there was probably no one here who has been involved in this vaccine registry longer than I. I don't see Representative Neil Kirk here today. We've been involved in this since 2004. I know the matter pretty well. What you should know is that New Hampshire law requires that doctors and pharmacists are required to keep vaccination records of their patients and customers. They have records. New Hampshire law requires doctors and pharmacists and vaccine clinics to provide vaccination records to the individual at the time of vaccination. Individuals have vaccination records. Schools and daycares are required by law to keep record of vaccinations for children. They have vaccination records. This registry is a duplication of already required vaccination records in current law. Opt-in prevents overburdening the system, which is still not active in spite of receiving millions and millions of dollars. In fact, it was in 2014 that DHHS was given $1.36 million. This goes through the Executive Council approval of this money. And that money was not spent on a vaccination registry. They received another $1.5 million in 2019. That went through Executive Council. I was at these meetings. They were given that money. That was not spent on the vaccination registry. In spite of the fact, testimony was given at that Executive Council meeting in 2019 that the registry was active. It was not. And really what this bill is about, it's not about vaccines and vaccinating. This isn't pro or anti-vaccine. This is about force and coercion versus privacy and trust, specifically trust of DHHS. Other states, like Texas, have an opt-in program that works very well. You have heard staff from DHHS not refer to the immunization registry. They refer to an IIS. And I can tell you that the IIS is an initiative of the federal government, and I did put in a 91A request to DHHS to explain a little bit about what they had done with the money they had been giving. And this is a letter from Beth Daly from November 2019, which she was very clear that they had taken this money and contracted with Scientific Technologies to implement an immunization information system, which includes a vaccine ordering management system and immunization registry. And she writes, the immunization registry component of the system was not implemented. They were given money and they didn't implement the registry. So when there's criticism of New Hampshire for being the last state in the nation for not having an immunization registry, I can assure you it is not for lack of funding. Just recently, there was another $27 million from the federal government that went through the Executive Council. A large portion of that was for this registry. DHHS, and there's concern mentioned here about vaccination rates. You should be aware that DHHS boasts of high vaccination rates and awards even prior to activating a state vaccination registry. In fact, in 2016, they had posted on their website 4 awards they received. New Hampshire has such high vaccination rates with no registry. So there's not a concern about our populace not being sufficiently vaccinated. Privacy is essential. Even the IRS is subject to hacking. In 2016, the identities of thousands of Americans were stolen, resulting in losses near $21 billion. I work for the insurance industry. It has become a standard security practice in business to adhere to the need-to-know rule. If you don't need the data, then don't collect it, don't share it, and don't store it. The state is not a doctor, and it does not provide medical care or treatment. It is smart to keep one's own medical records secure with your doctor or your own medical files, and your own medical files, actually. Forcing people into the state vaccination registry is a deterrent to vaccination. As an advocate, I have many parents come to me. They are being bullied in pediatricians' offices, and many of them are avoiding those practices. They don't want to be bullied about this registry. And so the way to avoid being bullied is to avoid going. And we certainly don't want this to be a deterrent. Having the registry be an opt-in, a voluntary opt-in, would eliminate that deterrent. Once again, if there were other points, I wish to mention here, skipping over my notes, you do have copies of this. I want you to know too how cumbersome this registry is. I went through the rules process too through GELCAR. For anyone who is captured into this registry and never wanted to be into it and change their mind, they must seek and obtain the written permission and signature of a vaccination provider in order to remove themselves from the registry. My current doctor is not a vaccine provider. What vaccine provider is going to meet with me to sign a state form for me to opt out? In addition, the rules call for those who refuse vaccination to also be tracked in the registry. Refusal was never the intent of the legislation, that would be a reportable vaccination event. I know that Senator Sherman, you expressed concern about disease outbreaks, and I think that's important to mention when it comes to this vaccination registry. In fact, there's no evidence that a registry has been used to prevent and control outbreaks of vaccine-targeted diseases. Per the CDC, the rates of, for example, pertussis are highest among those with the most number of vaccine doses, and is especially high among fully vaccinated adolescents who are showing nearly total loss of immune response to now 6 doses. And I've got the link to that in the written testimony I've provided to you. There are thousands of mumps cases every year in fully vaccinated college students. That's been going on for years. That is evidence of vaccine failure. I know when my daughter was born, there was 1 dose of MMR vaccine recommended. There's now 2, and a talk of a 3rd one due to vaccine failure. So we've shifted mumps from a pre-adolescent illness to now college students. Thousands of cases occur every year in fully vaccinated college students. Nobody has represented that that's an issue of the unvaccinated. Finally, I might note that even Governor Sununu has now been quoted by the New Hampshire Journal back on January 20th of 2020 as being supportive of a registry that is an opt-in model. So I think that you know, in the interest of privacy and efficiency, that we should have an opt-in registry of those who desire to have an additional tracking of their medical records into the records that are already required by state law. I urge you to vote. House Bill 1606 is ought to pass with the technical amendment that Representative Lang had presented to you to assure this registry is an opt-in program. I'm very happy to take your questions.
I believe Senator Avard has a question.
Thank you,
I
Mr.
believe
Chair.
it does.
Real quickly, you had stated that the original intent of the this registry was opt-in. How did it migrate from opt-in to opt-out? When did the change happen, and was the legislature voted on as in opt-in or as an opt-out?
Thank you very much for that question. If you look at the statute 141C20F, there's no language in current statute that refers to opt-in or opt-out. That statute was enacted in 1998, and it has never been amended. It was in 2013-14 that DHHS came forward with rules that would have made this vaccination registry mandatory with no opportunity to opt out. And that's when Representative Neil Kirk and I got involved, and Legislative Services advised DHHS that they couldn't do that. And there was a task force set up, and I was a member of that task force to either come to terms with some rules or propose legislation. We did propose legislation that would make this registry an opt-in, but that got amended, and then the bill was killed because clearly the public and legislatures did not want an opt-out model. They wanted an opt-in model, truly voluntary.
Okay.
Did I state that wrong? There's a confused look. Okay.
Additional questions? Seeing none, thank you. Our last speaker, Jane Goodman.
Good afternoon. Thank you for taking the time to hear us from Nashua, New Hampshire. I'm Jane Goodman, Public Health Network Strategist with the City of Nashua, Division of Public Health and Community Services. So I have the dubious distinction of going last, which means I shouldn't repeat everything, but I'm not that good of an improviser. So I'm going to repeat a lot of what's said, but I've worked on this, so here you go.
Can paraphrase it without?
I will try my best, Senator Gray. The Immunization Registry is a tested and standard tool which provides critical information on vaccinations for use in monitoring immunization programs, guiding our action in public health, and helping us keep accurate records. It's used by 49 other states and the District of Columbia. As a public health strategist, I understand how registries help improve vaccination records and reduce vaccine-preventable disease and suffering. The more information in the registry, the more useful the database is to public health, to individual citizens, to the population at large, and it's why I urge senators to oppose HB 1606. This bill, as proposed and as subsequently amended, would change the immunization registry from opt-out to opt-in, creating new barriers to participation, limiting the data available, and leaving the state without a robust tool to inform its public health response. The New Hampshire Registry, NHIIS, was adopted in 2021. It was a huge step forward for New Hampshire data collection around immunization and communicable disease. Created with the intent to consolidate a citizen's immunization information from multiple sources, as previously mentioned there, I summarized a little bit, citizens can have access to a single reliable record. Keeping immunization information in one location helps our providers know what immunizations you and your family have had and which you may require in the future. In the event someone relocates or moves, changes healthcare providers, if there's a natural disaster, a flood or a hurricane, a disease outbreak, all of the participating healthcare providers will have access to this information. Or in the event of a disease outbreak, should sound familiar, NHIIS will assist in identifying when a patient requires immediate vaccination. One of the goals of NHIIS is to capture 100% of the vaccinations provided. We're not even near there yet because it's such a new system, but also to maintain the confidentiality and security of all patient information received into the database. As a public health department and a public health professional, I'm most concerned about the benefits
that the NHIIS can help us reach the most vulnerable populations. The system is not a tool to spy on citizens and target them because of their vaccination status, an unfortunate assumption made during this tenuous pandemic political climate. Rather, when it's fully operational, it can help us identify weak areas in vaccination compliance, especially important when our kids return to school. The current law allows for individuals and families to opt out of the system, while the proposed 1606 would make it so patients have to explicitly opt in for every vaccination they receive. Changing the system to opt-in will erect barriers for patients and providers alike and will minimize the impact this public health tool can potentially have on the health of New Hampshire. Opt-out is a preferable policy as there are fewer barriers to participation. I'm going to skip this next part in deference to you, but I will say that added paperwork involves time better spent serving and treating patients. In addition, if providers are not able to have enough of their patients opt in, they potentially lose the benefit that the system is meant to provide. The usefulness and success of NHIS is contingent on the enrollment of as much of the population as possible. Public health departments such as my own can someday soon, when the database is more full, can run reports and see if there are certain zip codes, neighborhoods that require more outreach to improve immunization among school-age children, among the elderly. You get the idea. It was mentioned there was a study in Texas. Again, I'm summarizing. The study found that obtaining consent for each child born in the state would cost roughly $2 per child per year. That doesn't sound like a lot, but that was 2010, or 29 cents. If it was switched to an opt-out system, it would have gone to 29 cents per child, which could redirect limited healthcare funding to critical areas, such as purchasing vaccines. So that was 2010. Costs have increased since then. And as you've heard from many of the providers today, adding administrative barriers just costs time and money when they could be treating patients. I can tell you that in real time, the public health community is very happy with the creation of this system and our ability to direct vaccine recipients to the system. They can create a secure account, print their or their child's immunization history themselves. And this has proven a very useful tool for those wishing to have their COVID-19 record, for example, when they want to travel or they want to do anything, for example, where they need proof of vaccination and they've lost their card. As a state, in order to progress and to continue to keep our citizens safe and healthy, it is essential that we encourage participation in the registry, not discourage it with opt-in policies that erect barriers. I encourage all the senators to vote against HB 1606 and protect the public health and safety long after this time in our history has passed.
Questions? Senator Sherman.
Thank you. And I assume, given your position, that you probably had a lot of involvement in the booster clinics and the COVID clinic. So I had the honor of needling many friends and neighbors during the last two big booster events. And we had the forms that had the opt-out provision on them. We've heard earlier testimony that there's coercion and bullying about these questions, that they really can provide a huge barrier to patients electing to be a part or to opt out of the registry. My impression during all that was it was just no big deal. We just checked the box however they wanted us to check it. Did you have any reports, complaints of bullying or coercion from staff or from patients?
We did not have any complaints that I know of. I know that people were often confused when they saw the box and it had to be explained to them what it meant and what you were opting out for. And oftentimes when people had an explanation, they had checked the box, because you see boxes and you check them, and confirming, do you want to really opt out of this or opt in, opt out of it, excuse me. People say, oh, well, no, I want to have my record in there. So a lot of times there was a misunderstanding, even when they were, in the moment.
Okay, thank you.
Additional questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. That was the last person on my too many hours over. Email us if you would, Representative. And I'm closing the public hearing, and our business being complete for the day, we are adjourned. If you want to come up and have part of my peanut butter and jelly sandwich, you know?
Just one documentation. Didn't Bradley say